Welcome back. This is Midnight Crime. If you enjoy falling asleep to these stories, feel free to like the video and subscribe. And before we begin, what time is it where you are, and where are you listening from tonight? Alright, let's head straight into our first story. Case 1. A woman received a call late at night from an unknown number. The caller said her name, then hung up. Minutes later, someone tried her front door handle. The handle stopped moving as suddenly as it had begun. She didn't go to the door right away. Instead, she stood in the hallway, one hand resting lightly against the wall where the paint had worn smooth over the years. The house felt different now, smaller, as if the walls had drawn closer together. The hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen seemed louder than usual, steady and indifferent. She waited. Nothing followed. No footsteps. No second attempt. After a while, she moved forward. The floorboards creaked under her weight in familiar places, small sounds she had learned to ignore long ago. Tonight, each one felt deliberate, measured. She reached the door and looked through the peephole. The porch was empty. The motion light had turned on, casting a pale cone of light over the concrete steps. A moth fluttered in slow, erratic circles near the bulb. Beyond that, only darkness, thick, quiet, undisturbed. She didn't open the door. Not yet. Her hand hovered near the lock before she stepped back, listening again. There was a faint sound somewhere outside, maybe leaves shifting or fabric brushing against wood, but it was too soft to place. It faded quickly. She turned the deadbolt anyway, then the second lock above it. The metal clicked into place with a dull, final sound. For a few seconds, she stood there, staring at the door as if it might move again. But it didn't. Eventually, she stepped away. In the kitchen, the air smelled faintly of dish soap and something older, coffee grounds left too long in the filter. She poured herself a glass of water, noticing her hand tremble slightly as she set it down on the counter. The phone lay where she had left it. The call was still there. Unknown number. No location. No identifier. She tapped it once, as if expecting something to change. It didn't. She didn't call back. Instead, she opened her contacts, scrolled halfway through, then stopped. There wasn't anyone she could call who would make this feel smaller, more explainable. She locked the phone and set it face down. The house remained quiet. Too quiet. It wasn't until she went back to the hallway that she noticed the smell. It was faint, barely there, but unfamiliar. Not something from inside the house. She paused, breathing in slowly. Cold air. Not fresh, exactly. Just colder than the rest of the house. It lingered near the door, subtle but distinct, as if something had disturbed the seal. She stepped closer again. This time she crouched. Near the bottom of the door, just above the threshold, there was a thin line of dust that had been pushed aside. Not completely wiped, just shifted unevenly, like something had brushed against it. Her fingers hovered over it, then stopped. She straightened. The locks were intact. The door hadn't opened, but something had touched it. She checked the windows next, one by one. Living room first. The curtains were still drawn, but she pulled them back slightly, enough to see the glass. Nothing unusual. No marks, no cracks. The latch was secure. The second window, near the dining table, showed something different. At first, it looked like a smudge. She leaned closer. It wasn't on the inside. A faint streak, angled downward, as if someone had pressed against the glass briefly and slid away. Not a handprint, too narrow for that. More like fabric. A sleeve, maybe. She stepped back. The window faced the side yard. There was no path there, just a narrow strip of ground between her house and the neighbor's fence. It wasn't a place people walked through. Not casually. She turned off the kitchen light. The house sank into a softer darkness, lit only by the hallway lamp behind her. For a moment, she just stood there, letting her eyes adjust. Then she saw it. Outside the dining room window, near the edge of the fence, something pale against the ground. She moved closer, careful, slow. It was small, easy to miss. A piece of paper. No, thicker than that. Cardboard. Pressed flat into the dirt, one corner bent upward slightly. She watched it for a long time before doing anything else. The back door was in the kitchen. She unlocked it quietly, the metal latch giving a soft, controlled click. When she opened it, the cold air returned immediately, more noticeable now. Outside, the ground was damp. Not from rain, there hadn't been any, but from the evening chill settling in. The soil felt soft underfoot as she stepped carefully toward the side of the house. The fence loomed to her left, tall and unbroken. She crouched near the object. It was a business card. Plain. No logo. Just a name printed in simple black text. And beneath it, a phone number. She stared at it. The name meant nothing to her. But the number. She felt something tighten in her chest. It wasn't identical to the one that had called, but it was close. Same first 6 digits. Only the last 4 were different. She didn't touch it right away. Instead, she looked around. The ground showed faint impressions, partial footprints, maybe, but nothing clear. Just enough disturbance to suggest movement. A shift in the dirt that hadn't been there before. Near the base of the window, the soil was slightly more compacted, as if someone had stood there. For a while, she picked up the card. It was cold. The edges were slightly damp, softened by the ground, but the ink hadn't run. The number was printed cleanly. Deliberately, she turned it over. Blank. When she went back inside, she locked the door again. This time, she added the chain. The small metal slide felt insufficient, but she left it in place anyway. The house felt quieter now. Not empty, but occupied differently. As if something had been here, briefly, and left traces behind. She placed the card on the kitchen counter, next to her phone. For a long time, she just looked at both of them. The unknown call, the almost matching number, the name she didn't recognize, and the memory of the voice. Calm, steady, saying her name as if it belonged to them, then ending the call without explanation. She noticed something else a few minutes later, something she hadn't seen before. Near the edge of the counter, where the light from the hallway barely reached, there was a faint mark. A thin line, not a scratch, more like a smear. She leaned closer. It smelled faintly metallic. And beneath that, something sharper, like oil. She touched it lightly with her fingertip, then pulled back. It hadn't been there earlier. She was certain of that. The phone remained still, silent, but she kept looking at it, waiting, not for another call, but for something to make sense. The phone remained still, silent, but she kept looking at it, waiting, not for another call, but for something to make sense. After a while, she reached for it again. Her thumb hovered over the call log before she opened it. The unknown number stared back at her, unchanged, impersonal. Beneath it, older calls, familiar names, routine conversations, felt strangely distant now, like they belonged to a different day. She tapped the number once more, not to call, but to open the details. There wasn't much. No saved location, no previous history. But when she looked closer, she noticed something small, almost easy to miss. The call duration. 3 seconds. Just long enough to say her name. No hesitation. No background noise. Clean. Deliberate. She set the phone down and looked at the card again. Same structure. Same rhythm in the digits. The first 6 numbers matching exactly. A block. She pressed her lips together, thinking. Not a coincidence. Not likely. Numbers like that didn't just align by accident. Not when everything else already felt arranged. She moved through the house again, slower this time. Not checking, observing. In the living room, the air felt warmer, undisturbed. The couch cushions were still slightly indented from where she had been sitting earlier. A blanket lay folded over the armrest, the fabric soft and familiar. Nothing out of place. But when she passed the small table near the window, she stopped. Her mail. She hadn't thought about it earlier. A small stack sat there, bound loosely by a rubber band. She picked it up, feeling the slight resistance as the band stretched. Bills. Advertisements. One envelope stood out. No stamp. No return address. Just her name, typed. Not handwritten, centered carefully on the front. She frowned. She didn't remember seeing it before, but she must have brought it in earlier. It would have been on the porch with the rest, wouldn't it? She slid a finger under the flap and opened it carefully. Inside, a single sheet of paper, folded once. The paper felt thicker than normal printer stock. Smooth, slightly glossy. She unfolded it. Blank, at first glance. But when she tilted it slightly under the light, she saw it. An impression. Faint indentations pressed into the surface, like something had been written on a sheet above it. She moved closer to the lamp, angling the paper again. Numbers. Not ink, just pressure. A sequence. Her breath slowed. It took a moment to recognize them. But when she did, the connection settled quietly into place. It was a phone number. Not the one that had called. Not the one on the card. A third one. But the first 6 digits. The same. She set the paper down carefully, aligning it next to the card and her phone. 3 numbers. Same beginning. Different endings. Her eyes moved between them slowly. Not random. Structured. Like a set. She went back to the front door. This time, she looked lower. Closer to the lock. There, near the edge of the frame, she noticed something she hadn't before. A thin mark in the paint. Subtle. Vertical. Too straight to be accidental. She leaned closer. The paint had been pressed inward slightly, leaving a narrow indentation. Not chipped, just displaced. She touched it lightly. Smooth. Recent. Her gaze shifted to the space between the door and the frame. The gap was narrow. Too narrow for fingers, but not for something thin. Metal, maybe. A tool. She stepped back slowly. The locks hadn't been forced, but something had tested them, measured them. In the kitchen again, the smell lingered. Metallic. Oil. She followed it this time. Not directly, just letting it guide her. Near the counter, it was strongest. She crouched slightly, bringing her face closer to the surface. The smear she had noticed earlier was still there, but now she saw more. A second one, fainter, trailing away toward the edge, like something had been set down briefly, or rested there. She opened a drawer and took out a clean cloth, dabbing the mark lightly. The residue transferred easily. Dark, slightly viscous. Not food, not anything from her kitchen. She straightened and looked toward the back door, then toward the hallway, then back to the counter. The card, the paper, the phone, all in one place. A thought formed slowly, not sudden, not sharp, just a quiet alignment of details. The call, the door handle, the window, the card placed outside, the envelope inside, the marks, all of it happening within a narrow window of time, coordinated. She picked up the envelope again, examining it more closely. The edges were clean, machine cut. The flap had been sealed, then opened by her. But the inside, she ran her finger along the inner seam. There was a faint residue there, too, different from the one on the counter. Drier, almost powdery. She brought it closer to her nose. A subtle scent, Not unpleasant, just unfamiliar. Chemical. She set it down carefully. Her movements had become slower now, more deliberate. Each object held a little longer, each detail considered. She checked the time. It had only been 23 minutes since the call. It felt longer. Back in the hallway, she paused again. The air had settled. The cold near the door had faded slightly, but the feeling remained. Not fear exactly, awareness of something unfinished. She turned toward the small closet near the entrance. She hadn't opened it yet. Inside were coats, shoes, a storage box near the bottom. Nothing important, nothing she needed tonight. Still, she reached for the handle, opened it. The light inside flickered once before stabilizing. Everything looked the same, but when she crouched down, she noticed the box had shifted. Only slightly, a few centimeters forward. Enough to break the straight line it usually formed with the wall. She stared at it, trying to remember. Had she moved it earlier? She couldn't be certain. She pulled it out. The cardboard scraped softly against the floor. Inside were old documents, receipts, warranty papers, nothing valuable. She flipped through them slowly, page by page. Halfway through, she stopped. A folder, thin, blue. She didn't recognize it. She opened it. Inside, a single sheet, printed, not hers, not anything she had kept. It listed names, 3 of them, aligned vertically, next to each name. A phone number. Her eyes moved to the first one. The first 6 digits matched. The last 4. One of them matched the call. Another matched the card. The third, the one from the paper. Her name wasn't on the list, but the numbers were. She closed the folder slowly. The closet felt smaller now. The air still. Somewhere in the house, something clicked. Soft. Mechanical. She froze. Listened. Nothing followed. Just the quiet hum again. She stayed there for a long time, kneeling on the floor, the folder in her hands, the numbers repeating silently in her mind. Not random, not scattered, connected, organized, used, and placed carefully where she would find them, and placed carefully where she would find them. She stayed there for a while, still kneeling, the folder resting lightly in her hands. The quiet in the house felt layered now, not empty, structured, as if it had been arranged the same way the numbers had been. Deliberate, measured. She lowered the folder back into the box, but not all the way. It sat on top now, slightly angled, no longer hidden among the older papers. Then she closed the closet. The light clicked off. Back in the kitchen, the air had settled again, but the smell hadn't disappeared. It had thinned, spread out, becoming harder to locate. Still there, though, especially near the counter. She looked at the card, then at the paper, then at her phone. 3 numbers, 1 pattern. She picked up the phone and opened the keypad, not to call, but to enter one of them manually. The second number, the one from the card. She typed it slowly. Her thumb hovered over the call button, then moved instead to the top of the screen. She copied it, opened a message draft, pasted it, then stared at it for a moment before deleting it again. No reason to send anything. Not yet. She set the phone down and reached for something else instead. Her wallet. It sat in her bag by the chair, where she had left it earlier that evening. The zipper made a soft, dry sound as she opened it. Everything looked normal. Cards aligned. Cash folded once. Receipts tucked into the side pocket. Still, she went through it piece by piece. Driver's license. Bank card. Loyalty cards she barely used. She paused at one of them. A thin plastic card from a store she hadn't visited in months. It was out of place, not because it didn't belong there, but because it wasn't where she usually kept it. She turned it over in her fingers. The surface felt slightly different. Not worn, just cleaner than it should have been, as if it had been handled recently. She frowned, tried to remember the last time she had used it. Nothing came to mind. She slipped it back into the wallet, but not in the same slot. This time, she placed it in the front. Visible. The refrigerator hummed again, a small shift in tone, then settled. She moved toward the sink. The metal basin reflected a dim, warped version of the room. She turned on the faucet slightly, letting a thin stream of water run. The sound filled the silence gently. She washed her hands, slowly, watching the water carry faint traces of the dark residue from earlier down the drain. It diluted quickly, vanished. When she turned off the faucet, the quiet returned immediately, sharper now. She dried her hands and looked down at the counter again. The smear was still faintly visible, even after she had dabbed it earlier. She leaned closer. There was something embedded in it. Tiny, reflective. She reached for a toothpick from the drawer and used the tip to nudge it free. A fragment. Metal. No larger than a grain of rice. It caught the light briefly as she lifted it, then dulled again. She placed it on a napkin, looked at it for a long time. It wasn't broken off randomly. The edges were too clean, too straight, like it had been shaved or filed down. A sliver from something larger. A tool, maybe, or a part of one. Her gaze drifted back to the front door, to the thin mark near the frame, to the narrow gap. She folded the napkin carefully and set it beside the card. In the living room, the clock on the wall ticked quietly. She hadn't noticed it before. Each second landed with a soft, consistent rhythm, measured. She sat down on the couch, but only for a moment. Something felt off. Not wrong, just slightly misaligned. She stood again and looked at the cushions. The indentation from earlier had shifted, flattened more than it should have, as if someone had sat there briefly, or pressed down. But she had been in the kitchen, then the hallway, then outside. She stepped closer, ran her hand over the fabric. It was still warm, but that didn't mean anything. Heat lingered. Still, she adjusted the cushion, smoothing it back into place. The fabric made a soft brushing sound. Her eyes moved to the small table again, to the stack of mail. She had already opened the envelope, seen the paper, but now she looked at the rest. One by one, bills, advertisements, a folded flyer, and beneath them, another envelope, this one with a return address, a bank. She didn't remember expecting anything. She opened it. Inside, a standard letter, printed, informational. Her eyes scanned it slowly, then stopped. A line near the middle. Your recent request to update contact details has been processed. Her breath slowed. She read it again, carefully. The letter confirmed a change. Phone number, updated earlier that day. She felt a small, quiet shift inside her chest. Not panic, recognition. She turned the page over. There was a timestamp. Precise. It had been submitted at 3:14 p.m. She had been at home then, working. Her phone had been beside her, silent. She looked at the number listed in the letter. It wasn't hers, but the first 6 digits matched. She lowered the paper slowly, her gaze drifting back toward the kitchen, the card, the other numbers, the folder in the closet. A pattern wasn't forming. It had already formed. She was just seeing more of it. She stood there, holding the letter, listening. The house remained still, but the stillness no longer felt passive. It felt occupied by intention. She walked back to the kitchen and placed the letter beside the others. Now there were 4. 4 numbers. Same beginning, different endings, used in different places. A call, a card, an impression, a bank update. She looked at them as a group, not individually. Then she noticed something else. On the edge of the paper, the bank letter, There was a faint smudge, gray, similar to the one on the counter, but lighter. She touched it. Dry. Her eyes moved to the bottom corner. A tiny indentation, circular, like it had been pressed with something small and hard. Not part of the printing. Separate. She leaned closer. It looked like the edge of a tool, or a device. She straightened slowly, her attention shifting again, back toward the hallway. The closet door, closed, still, but the memory of the shifted box remained. The folder that didn't belong, the list of names, and the quiet realization that none of those things had been there by accident. Somewhere outside, a car passed. The sound was distant, fading quickly. Inside, nothing moved. Nothing changed, except the sense that whatever had started with a 3-second call had been in motion long before the phone rang. She stood in the kitchen, looking at the 4 numbers arranged across the counter. They no longer felt separate. They felt like markers, points along something that had already passed through her life without being noticed. She reached for the bank letter again. This time, she read it more slowly. Not for information, for tone. The language was standard, neutral, procedural, but there was a section near the bottom she hadn't paid attention to before. A reference ID. Long. Alphanumeric. She stared at it for a moment, then reached for her phone again. Not to call, to search. She typed the reference ID into her notes app first, copying it carefully. Then, beneath it, she typed the 4 phone numbers, stacked them, looked at them together. There was something consistent in the formatting, not just the shared digits. Spacing, punctuation, even the way the numbers grouped visually. It matched the way the reference ID broke into segments. She didn't know what that meant yet, but it felt intentional. She placed the phone down and looked at the envelope again. The bank's return address was printed cleanly, too cleanly. The edges of the text were sharper than usual. She rubbed her thumb lightly over it. It felt slightly raised, not ink from a standard printer. Something else. She moved to the hallway, carrying the letter with her. The overhead light flickered once as she passed beneath it, then steadied. The closet door remained closed. She opened it again. The light came on more smoothly this time. Inside, nothing had changed. The box still sat slightly forward, the blue folder still on top. She crouched again and pulled it out. Opened it. The 3 names were still there, aligned, paired with the numbers. Her eyes moved more slowly now, not just reading, examining. The font, the spacing. There was a small inconsistency near the second name, a faint shift in alignment, as if it had been adjusted after printing, or added. She leaned closer. The ink there was slightly darker, fresher. She touched the edge of the paper. It felt the same, but the visual difference remained. Her gaze moved to the margins. There, barely visible, was a thin line, not part of the document, a guide mark, like something used for cutting or alignment. She closed the folder halfway, then paused. On the inside flap, there was something else, a faint rectangular outline, slightly glossy compared to the rest of the matte surface, like a sticker had been removed, or something peeled away. She ran her finger over it. Smooth, recently removed. She sat back slightly on her heels. The closet felt colder than the rest of the house. Not dramatically, just enough to notice. She closed the folder and set it aside, then reached deeper into the box. The older documents beneath it were undisturbed, but near the bottom, there was something she hadn't expected. A small plastic sleeve, clear, empty, except for a thin strip of paper at the edge. She pulled it out. The strip was narrow, receipt-like, faded. She angled it under the light. Numbers again, but these were partial, cut off, only the middle section visible. Still, the sequence looked familiar. She held it next to the others in her mind. It aligned. Same structure. She placed it carefully on top of the box, then looked at the plastic sleeve again. It smelled faintly, the same sharp, chemical scent as the envelope. She stood up slowly. Her knees made a soft sound against the floor as she shifted her weight. Back in the kitchen, she arranged everything again. Now there were more pieces. The card, the impressed paper, the bank letter, the fragment of metal, the receipt strip, the folder, all within reach. She didn't touch them, just looked. Then, something else caught her attention. The edge of the counter, near where the smear had been, there was a second mark, even fainter, almost invisible. She leaned closer. This one wasn't oil. It was a print, not a full fingerprint, just a partial, a curved line, interrupted. She turned off the overhead light and used the smaller lamp instead. The angle made it clearer. The print had been left in something fine, dust or powder. She straightened slowly, her gaze drifting again toward the living room. The couch, the slight shift in the cushion. She walked back in. This time, she didn't stop at the surface. She knelt and looked beneath. The floor was clean, mostly, but near the leg of the couch, there was a small disturbance. A faint drag mark, short, as if something had been moved slightly, then set back. She touched it lightly. The dust there had been displaced. Recently. She leaned further. There, just beneath the edge of the couch, something small caught the light. She reached for it, carefully, pulled it out. A thin piece of plastic, transparent, with a tiny chip at one corner. It looked like part of a casing, or a cover, too small to identify immediately, but not something from her home. She turned it over in her fingers. No markings, no branding, just clean edges, manufactured. She placed it on the table, next to everything else. The clock ticked again, steady. She stood in the center of the room, turning slowly, looking at everything differently now, not as her home, but as a place that had been entered, quietly, briefly, with purpose. Nothing was missing, at least nothing obvious, but things had been touched, moved, left. Her eyes moved to the front door again, then to the windows, then back to the counter. The pattern wasn't random. It wasn't chaotic. It was careful, measured, like someone had come in not to take, but to adjust. She walked back to the kitchen and picked up her phone again. This time, she opened her settings, scrolled, found the section for account information. Her number was still listed correctly, unchanged, but beneath it, a secondary contact field. She didn't remember setting it. She tapped it. It was empty, but recently accessed. There was a timestamp, earlier that afternoon, 3:14 p.m. Her thumb hovered over the screen, then lowered slowly. She backed out of the settings, opened her messages. Nothing new. But at the very top, above all conversations, there was a small prompt. Suggested contact. A number, not saved, but recognized by the system. She stared at it. The first 6 digits. Matched. She didn't open it. Instead, she locked the phone and set it down. The house remained quiet. Still. But now, every object held a weight it hadn't before. Every surface suggested contact. Every small shift pointed to intention. And beneath it all, something quieter remained. Not a question. Not yet. A realization forming slowly. That whatever had been done here hadn't required force, only access and time. A small amount of both. Used precisely. Used precisely. She remained standing there, her hand resting lightly on the back of the chair, feeling the faint texture of the wood beneath her fingers. Access. The word stayed with her. Not forced entry. Not hurried movement. something quieter, something that required familiarity. She turned toward the small desk in the corner of the living room. It wasn't a place she used often, mostly for storing things she didn't need every day. Old chargers, spare keys, a notebook with pages half filled. She hadn't checked it yet. The chair scraped softly against the floor as she pulled it out and sat down. The drawer slid open with a dry, papery sound. Inside, everything looked the same. At first, she moved things aside slowly. A coiled charging cable, a pen, a small stack of folded receipts. Her fingers paused on a key, a spare. She kept it there in case she ever locked herself out. It shouldn't have moved, but it had. Not much, just rotated slightly, no longer aligned with the edge of the drawer. She picked it up. It felt colder than the surrounding items. Not significantly, just enough to notice. She turned it over. The grooves caught the light. Clean. Too clean. She frowned slightly. It had always had a faint dullness to it, tiny scratches from being used once or twice. Now, the edges looked sharper, refined. She brought it closer to her face. There was a smell, faint, metallic, similar to the residue on the counter. She placed it back down carefully, not in its original position. Beneath the key, partially hidden, was something else. A small slip of paper. She didn't recognize it. It hadn't been there before. She was certain of that. She unfolded it slowly. Inside, a short sequence of numbers. Not a full phone number this time. Just 4 digits. Repeated twice. Separated by a dash. She stared at it. The format was familiar. Not a phone number. A code. Her mind moved through possibilities quietly. Door code. PIN. Verification. She looked up slowly. Toward the front door again. Then toward the back. Neither used a code. She folded the paper again. Set it beside the key. The drawer still held more. She reached further in. At the very back, there was a small compartment she rarely used. It contained old batteries. Loose. Some expired. Some still in packaging. She lifted them out one by one. Underneath, the wood of the drawer base was exposed. Except, there was a thin rectangular patch, slightly darker than the rest. She ran her finger over it. The surface was smoother, as if something had been adhered there for a long time, and then removed. She leaned closer. There was a faint outline, the exact size of a small device. Flat, lightweight. Her breath slowed. She sat back slightly. The chair creaked under her. The thought came quietly, not placed, retrieved. Something had been there, not something she had put there. She closed the drawer halfway, then stopped, looked again at the key, the paper, the empty space beneath the batteries. Then she pushed it closed. In the kitchen, the arrangement on the counter had grown. It no longer looked like a random collection. It looked like evidence. She added the slip of paper with the 4-digit code, placed it near the others. Then she brought the spare key, set it down last. For a moment, she just stood there, looking, letting her eyes move between the objects without forcing connections. Then something small shifted in her awareness. Not outside, not in the room. Inside the refrigerator. She turned toward it slowly. The hum was steady, unchanged. She opened the door. Cold air spilled out, more immediate than before. The light flicked on. Everything inside looked normal. Containers, bottles, a carton of milk. She reached for it, checked the date, still within range. She set it back, but her hand paused on the shelf. There was condensation along the back wall, a thin layer of moisture, undisturbed, except one section, near the center, a small, clean gap, as if something had been placed there recently, cold enough to leave a mark, then removed. She traced the edge of it lightly. The outline was faint, rectangular, smaller than a phone, thicker than paper. She closed the fridge slowly. Back at the counter, the pattern expanded again. Not just numbers, not just contact, placement, temporary storage, removal. She leaned against the counter, arms resting lightly on the edge. The surface felt cool beneath her skin. Her gaze drifted again, this time to the hallway floor. Near the door, she walked over, looked down. There, barely visible in the low light, was a faint line. A scuff, curved slightly. She crouched, ran her fingers over it. Rubber, a sole. She stood again, looked at her own shoes, then back at the mark. Different, smoother, less worn. She turned slowly, mapping it in her mind. From the door, into the hallway, toward the living room, then the kitchen. A path, not random. She followed it back, step by step. The marks were faint, easy to miss, but consistent, each one a slight disturbance in dust, a shift in texture. Near the kitchen entrance, the trail stopped, or rather, it became harder to see. She stood there for a long moment, then turned back to the counter. The phone, the numbers, the bank update, the removed device from the drawer, the temporary placement in the fridge, the altered key, the code. It wasn't theft. Nothing obvious had been taken. It wasn't random intrusion, too controlled. It felt like access had been established, then tested, then adjusted. Her eyes settled on the phone again. The suggested contact still lingered at the top, unopened. She picked up the phone, not to call, to look at the time. It had only been 38 minutes since the first call. She set it back down. The house was quiet again, completely. But now, the quiet didn't feel like absence. It felt like something had already passed through, left behind structure, markers, permissions, and was waiting, not outside, but somewhere within reach of what had already been changed, and was waiting, not outside, but somewhere within reach of what had already been changed. She stayed still for a moment after that thought settled, not reacting, just letting it remain. Then she reached for the phone again, unlocked it. This time, she didn't open messages or contacts. She opened her email. The inbox loaded slowly. New messages sat at the top, most of them routine, promotions, automated notifications, nothing urgent. But one stood out, not because of the sender, because of the time. 3:16 p.m., 2 minutes after the bank update. She opened it. The subject line was generic. Something about account verification. Inside, the text was brief. Too brief. A confirmation that her request had been received. No branding beyond a small logo at the top. She stared at it. Something about the spacing felt off. The margins were slightly uneven. The font just a fraction too thin. She tapped the sender's address. It expanded. The domain looked correct at first glance. But when she read it slowly, character by character, there was a small deviation. One letter replaced. Barely noticeable. She exhaled quietly. Her eyes moved back to the counter. The numbers. The code. The altered key. She forwarded the email to herself. Not sure why. Just to preserve it. Then she set the phone down again. The kitchen light flickered once. Soft. Almost imperceptible. Then steadied. She looked up at it. Then toward the switch on the wall. She hadn't touched it. Her gaze dropped slowly to the outlet beneath the counter. A small plug was inserted there. A charger. Her charger. But the angle was wrong. Slightly rotated. Not flush with the wall like she usually left it. She crouched. Looked closer. The plastic casing had a faint mark on it. A thin scratch. Recent. She pulled it out gently. Turned it over. There, near the base, was a seam she didn't recognize. A fine line where the casing met. Too clean, too deliberate. She pressed her thumb against it lightly. Nothing moved, but the line remained visible. She placed it on the counter, next to everything else. Then she reached into the drawer and pulled out a different charger. Plugged it in. This one sat flush. As expected, she stood up slowly. The air in the room felt heavier now, not in temperature, in presence. She moved back to the living room, her eyes scanning the surfaces again. The table, the couch, the floor. Near the base of the lamp, something small caught her attention. A thin line of dust that had been disturbed. She knelt, looked closer. There was a faint circular impression, like something had rested there briefly, then been removed. She touched the area lightly. The surface was smooth, but cooler than the surrounding wood. She sat back on her heels. Another placement, temporary. Her gaze drifted upward along the lamp. The cord ran down to the outlet. She followed it with her eyes. The plug, it looked normal. Still, she reached for it, pulled it out. Nothing unusual, just metal prongs, dust near the base. She plugged it back in. The room dimmed slightly, then returned. She remained there for a moment, listening. Then, a sound, soft, almost imperceptible, from the hallway. She didn't move immediately, just listened. A faint shift, not footsteps, something lighter, a small contact. She stood slowly, turned toward the hallway. The closet door, still closed. She stepped closer. The floor creaked once beneath her weight, then settled. She reached for the handle, paused, then opened it. The light came on. Everything inside looked the same. The box, the folder, the papers. But the plastic sleeve she had taken earlier was no longer where she had left it. She stared at the empty space for a moment, then looked down. It was on the floor, just below the box. She hadn't placed it there. She crouched slowly, picked it up. The thin strip of paper inside it was gone. She held the empty sleeve between her fingers, the faint chemical smell still present. Her eyes moved upward, inside the closet, along the shelves. There, near the back corner, a small dark shape. She leaned closer. It was nothing more than a shadow, cast by the angle of the light. But beneath it, the wall surface looked slightly different. She reached out, ran her fingers along it. There was a small indentation, square, precise. She pressed lightly. Nothing moved, but the edges were clean, not part of the original structure. She pulled her hand back slowly, then stood, closing the closet door again. The clicks sounded louder this time. Back in the kitchen, the objects on the counter seemed more defined, each one holding its place, each one connected. She added the empty plastic sleeve, placed it beside the others. Then she looked at the charger again, at the seam, at the idea of something being opened, modified, reassembled. Her eyes moved to her phone, then to the outlet, then back to the path on the floor. A sequence, not just of numbers, but of actions. Access, placement, adjustment, removal. She leaned forward slightly, resting her hands on the counter. The surface was cool, grounding. Her mind moved through the timeline again. The afternoon, the update, the email. She had been here, the whole time. And yet, things had been done, quietly, without interruption. Her gaze shifted again, this time to the ceiling. Nothing there. But the light above her flickered once more. Brief, subtle, then steadied. She exhaled slowly. The house remained still, but no longer untouched. And whatever had been introduced into it was not meant to be obvious. Only effective. Only enough. Only exactly what was needed. Only exactly what was needed. She stayed there, hands resting against the counter, letting the quiet settle again around her. Needed for what? That part still hadn't revealed itself. But the shape of it was becoming clearer. Not a single action. A sequence. She straightened slowly and reached for her phone again. This time, she didn't open any apps. She turned off the Wi-Fi. The small icon disappeared from the corner of the screen. For a moment, nothing changed. Then, a slight delay. A flicker in the signal bars. Then they stabilized. She watched the screen, waiting. Nothing obvious. No alerts. Still, she left it that way. Set the phone face down. The room felt quieter without it. Or maybe just less connected. Her attention shifted again, this time toward the hallway ceiling. The light fixture. It had flickered twice now. Subtle, but consistent. She walked beneath it and looked up. The cover was slightly dusty, a thin film that had settled over time. Except, near one edge, there was a faint disturbance. A crescent-shaped clearing in the dust, as if something had brushed against it recently. She dragged a chair from the kitchen beneath it. The legs scraped softly against the floor. She stepped up carefully. The ceiling felt closer than it should have. She reached up and touched the edge of the light cover. It shifted slightly under her fingers, looser than expected. She turned it gently. The plastic gave way with a soft click. Lowered it. Inside, the bulb was warm. The metal base held a slight discoloration. Normal. But along the inner rim, there was something else. A thin strip of adhesive residue. Clear, running along one side. She leaned closer. The smell was faint. Chemical. Familiar. The same scent as the envelope. The plastic sleeve. She lowered the cover completely. Held it in her hands. On the inside surface, there was a second mark. A small square outline. Barely visible. She stood there on the chair for a long moment, looking at it. Then carefully placed the cover back. Twisted it into place. Stepped down. Her movements had become slower again. Measured. Back on the ground, she looked at the light switch. Then at the fixture above. Another temporary placement. Removed. She exhaled quietly. Her gaze drifted toward the bathroom, a place she hadn't checked. She walked there. The tiles felt colder underfoot, the air slightly more humid. She turned on the light. It didn't flicker. The mirror reflected her face dimly. Pale. Still. She stepped closer to the sink. The surface was clean. Dry. She reached for the cabinet beneath it. Opened it. Cleaning supplies. Spare soap. Nothing unusual. She closed it again, then paused. The mirror. She leaned closer. Looked at the surface more carefully. At first, nothing. Just her reflection. Then, a faint streak. Diagonal. Too smooth to be accidental. She turned off the bathroom light. Waited for her eyes to adjust. Then turned it back on. The angle shifted slightly. The streak became clearer. It wasn't on the surface. It was inside, behind the glass. She touched it lightly. Cold. Condensation sometimes formed there. But this looked like something had pressed against the back, from inside the frame. She stepped back slowly. Her eyes moved to the edges of the mirror, the seal along the side. There was a small gap, barely visible. She pressed gently. The mirror didn't move, but the edge gave slightly. She pulled her hand away, then looked down at the sink. Near the drain, something small had collected. A few tiny particles. Dark. Granular. She picked one up between her fingers. It crumbled slightly. Not dirt. Not dust. She brought it closer to her nose. A faint smell. Burnt. Or overheated. She placed it on the edge of the sink. looked at the others. Fragments. She turned off the light again, left the bathroom. Back in the hallway, the air felt different now. Colder, or maybe just thinner. She walked slowly back to the kitchen. The counter, the objects. She added the small fragment from the sink, placed it near the metal shaving, then stepped back. Her eyes moved between them. The adhesive, the plastic, the metal, the numbers. A system, not built here, but applied here. She turned toward the living room again. The lamp, the couch. Her gaze moved to the wall near the outlet. A faint shadow. She stepped closer. There was a small mark on the paint. A circle, the size of a coin, slightly darker. She touched it. Smooth. Not a stain. A pressure mark. She leaned closer. At the center, there was a tiny indentation. Pinpoint. She straightened slowly. Another place something had rested. Briefly, she moved back again, looking at the room as a whole. Points. Positions. Each one connected by movement. Her eyes traced the path again. Door. Hallway. Closet. Living room. Kitchen. Bathroom. Not random. Intentional coverage. She turned back to the counter one more time. The phone remained still, face down. She picked it up, turned it over. The screen lit up. No notifications. But something had changed. At the top of the screen, where the signal bars sat, there was a brief fluctuation, then stillness. She watched it, then opened her settings again, scrolled. There, near the bottom, a section she hadn't noticed before. Connected devices. She tapped it. The list opened. Empty. But at the very bottom, a line of text. Faint. Grayed out. Last connection, 3:18 p.m. She didn't move for a moment. Then slowly locked the phone again. Set it down. The house was quiet. Everything was still. But the stillness no longer felt neutral. It felt arranged. And whatever had been here hadn't needed to stay, only to pass through, and leave behind just enough to return to later. And leave behind just enough to return to later. She didn't move right away. The idea settled into the room as if it had always been there, only now visible. Return. Not once. Not finished. Her fingers rested lightly against the edge of the counter again, grounding herself in something solid. Then she turned, slowly, and walked back toward the bedroom. It was the only room she hadn't checked carefully. The door was half open, exactly as she had left it earlier. Or at least, she thought so. She pushed it gently. It opened without resistance. The air inside felt different. Still, undisturbed, but cooler than the hallway. The bed was made. Sheets smooth. Pillows aligned. Nothing obvious out of place. She stepped inside, her weight soft against the carpet. The fibers bent under her feet, leaving faint impressions that slowly rose back up behind her. She stood at the edge of the bed for a moment, looking. Then she reached out and pressed her palm gently against the surface of the blanket. Cold. Not room temperature. Colder. As if the surface had been exposed to air for longer than expected. She pressed again, moving her hand slowly across the fabric. The cold wasn't uniform. There were patches. Irregular. She leaned closer. A faint smell lingered. Subtle. Familiar. The same sharp, chemical trace. She straightened slowly. Her eyes moved to the nightstand. The lamp. The book she had been reading. A glass of water. She picked up the glass. The water inside was still, untouched. But the outside of the glass had condensation. Not heavy, just a thin layer. She hadn't filled it recently. She set it back down. Her attention shifted to the drawer of the nightstand. She opened it. Inside were small things: a charger, a notebook, a few loose coins. She moved them aside. At the bottom, the wood surface was visible, except there was a faint rectangular imprint, similar to the one in the other drawer. She traced it lightly with her finger. Same size, same shape. Her breath slowed. She closed the drawer carefully, then turned toward the closet. The bedroom closet was different from the one in the hallway. Larger, filled with clothes. Shoes lined along the bottom. She slid the door open. Everything looked normal. But the smell, it was stronger here. Not overwhelming, just concentrated. She stepped inside. The carpet felt slightly uneven beneath her feet. She looked down. Near the back corner, where the carpet met the wall, there was a slight lift, barely noticeable. She crouched, ran her fingers along the edge. The carpet lifted slightly. She pulled it back just enough to see beneath. The floor underneath was bare, wood, and on it, a faint outline, dust-free, rectangular, larger than the others. She let the carpet fall back into place, sat there for a moment, then slowly stood. Her eyes moved across the clothes hanging above. One hanger sat slightly out of alignment, turned the wrong way. She adjusted it, then stopped. The fabric of the shirt hanging there felt colder than the rest. She pressed it lightly between her fingers. The texture was unchanged, but the temperature lingered. She stepped back out of the closet, closed the door. The room felt quieter than the rest of the house, as if sound didn't travel here the same way. She turned toward the desk in the corner, a small workspace, mostly unused. The chair was pushed in. She pulled it out, sat down. On the surface of the desk, there was a thin layer of dust, except a narrow strip across the center was clean, perfectly straight. She leaned closer. There were two small marks at either end of the strip, circular, evenly spaced, like something had rested there, with 2 points of contact. She touched one lightly. Smooth, indented. She leaned back slowly, then opened the drawer beneath the desk. Inside, nothing unusual at first. Papers, pens. But near the back, there was a small envelope, unmarked. She took it out, opened it. Inside, a single card, plastic, similar in size to a credit card. Blank, no text, no branding. She turned it over. On the edge, there was a thin metallic strip, not magnetic, something else. She held it between her fingers. Cold. She brought it closer to her face. The same faint chemical scent. She set it down carefully on the desk. Her eyes moved to the clean strip again. The spacing, the marks. The card would have fit there. She looked back at the envelope. Inside, nothing else. She placed the card back inside, left it on the desk, then sat still, listening. The house made no sound, but the pattern continued to expand. Not just placement, not just contact. Interaction. With surfaces, with objects, with systems. She stood up slowly, walked back toward the kitchen. The counter, the evidence. She added nothing this time, just looked, then turned slightly. Her gaze moved to the wall clock again. The steady ticking. She stepped closer. The second hand moved smoothly, but there was a faint delay between ticks. She frowned. It hadn't done that before. She leaned closer. The back of the clock was slightly misaligned, not flush with the wall. She reached up, lifted it gently. The nail held it in place. Behind it, a small mark on the wall, a square, faint. She lowered the clock again, stepped back. Her breathing remained steady. Everything pointed to the same thing. Not a break-in, not a single act, but a series of small, precise intrusions, each one leaving something behind, taking something subtle away. Not enough to notice immediately, only enough to build, quietly. And now, complete enough to be seen, complete enough to be seen. She stood there a while longer, letting her eyes move across the wall, the clock, the counter behind her, the quiet alignment of objects that no longer felt incidental. Nothing in the house was loud. Nothing demanded attention. But everything had been adjusted just enough to be noticed once she began looking. She lowered her hand from the clock and stepped back. The second hand continued its slight hesitation between ticks. Not broken, interfered with. Her gaze shifted back to the kitchen. The counter had become a place where the fragments gathered. Numbers, residue, plastic, metal, paper, all separate, all related. She walked toward it again, slower now. Not searching anymore. Sorting. Her eyes moved to the 4-digit code she had found in the desk drawer. She picked it up again, looked at it longer this time. Not just the numbers. The repetition. 2 pairs. The same sequence mirrored. She placed it next to the phone, unlocked the screen, opened her bank app. There was a prompt at the top. Small, easy to overlook. Enter verification code. She didn't type it in, just looked at it. Then at the paper. 3:14 p.m. The update. 3:16 p.m. The email. 3:18 p.m. The last connection. A window. Short. Precise. She set the phone down again. Her mind moved differently now. Less scattered. More linear. She turned toward the hallway again. Toward the closet. Opened it. The light came on without flickering this time. She crouched and pulled the box out again. The blue folder still sat on top. The list of names. The numbers. She opened it again. Looked at the names carefully. Not just reading them. Trying to recognize them. The first one meant nothing. The second, something faint. Not a memory. A familiarity. She stood slowly. Carried the folder back to the kitchen. Placed it beside the other items. Then she reached for her phone again. Opened her contacts. Scrolled. Stopped. There it was. The second name. Not saved as a contact, but present. In an old message thread. Months back. She opened it. A service message. Automated. From a delivery. A repair. She read through it. Slowly. A technician had come to her house. Late afternoon. 3 months ago. She tried to remember. A small issue. Nothing serious. Something with the internet. She scrolled further. There was a confirmation message. A time. 3:12 p.m. Her eyes moved back to the folder. The second name. The number. She tapped the number from the message. Compared it. The first 6 digits matched. Her breathing stayed steady. She closed the message. Set the phone down. Looked around the house again. The placements. The access points. The router. She turned slowly. Looked toward the living room. The small shelf near the wall. She walked over. The router sat there. Quiet. Lights blinking softly. She crouched. The cables looked normal. But the position, slightly different, rotated a few degrees. She touched it lightly. The casing was warm, warmer than expected. She leaned closer. There was a faint gap along one edge. She pressed gently. It shifted, barely. She pulled her hand back. The smell? Faint. Same chemical trace. She sat back on her heels. 3 months ago. Access. She stood again, walked back to the kitchen. The pattern began to align more clearly. The technician, the visit, the familiarity with the house, the layout. The access points, not forced, given. She looked again at the altered key on the counter. A copy, cleaned, refined, not made tonight, prepared. Her eyes moved to the list again. 3 names, 3 numbers, a set. She picked up the receipt strip. The partial number matched the structure. Multiple contacts, multiple access points. She exhaled slowly. Not random victims. Connected. Through service, through entry, through routine. She turned again toward the hallway. The closet, the shifted box, the inserted folder. That hadn't been left tonight. That had been placed earlier, waiting. She walked back and opened the closet again. Looked deeper this time. Along the inside wall, near the shelf, there was a small hole, pin-sized. She leaned closer. Dark inside. Not structural. Deliberate. She stepped back slowly, then closed the door. Back in the kitchen, the house felt quieter than before. Not empty. Resolved. She looked at the phone again, then picked it up, opened the bank app, navigated to the recent activity. There it was. The update request. Submitted remotely. Verified. Pending full confirmation. She stared at it, then moved to settings. Changed the password. Slowly, carefully. Entered a new number. Her number. Again. Saved it. Then backed out. She picked up the card from the desk. The blank plastic. Looked at it again. A tool. Not for her. For access. She placed it down. Then gathered the items on the counter. Not removing them. Just aligning them. Each piece now held meaning. The call. Not random. A check. The door handle. A test. The placements. A retrieval. The missing strip. Taken back. The device traces. Removed. The access points. Established earlier. She leaned against the counter again. The house remained still. But now, the presence felt gone. Not because it had never been there, but because it had already completed what it needed. She looked toward the front door. The thin mark near the lock. Measured, not forced. She walked over, placed her hand against it. Cold. Then turned the lock again. Slowly. The clicks sounded the same. But now she understood it differently. It had never been about getting in. That part had already been done. Quietly. Weeks ago. Months, even. Tonight had only been about returning. Checking. And leaving just enough behind to confirm that everything still worked. Case 2. A man found his garage door open early in the morning. He was certain he had closed it before going to bed. Inside, nothing was missing, but a set of tools had been moved. He paused at the threshold of the garage, letting his eyes adjust to the dim morning light that filtered through the small, dust-speckled window. The air smelled faintly of oil and damp concrete, the familiar sense of a space he had walked into countless times, now subtly off, sharper, as if the usual order had been disturbed. He scanned the floor, noting how a thin layer of dust on the workbench had been slightly brushed away in one corner. Not much, but enough to suggest that someone had leaned there recently. The tools caught his attention. They weren't missing, yet something about their arrangement felt wrong. The pliers, normally tucked neatly alongside the wrenches, lay at an angle, their metal glinting oddly in the early light. A measuring tape had been pulled halfway out of its case, as though someone had kneaded it briefly and returned it without care. The subtle disorder was unsettling because it implied presence, movement, but no immediate theft. He crouched, letting his fingers hover over the surface of the workbench. There was a faint residue of dirt, like the heels of shoes had scuffed the floor, traces that didn't belong to him. He sniffed the air, catching a faint tang of something chemical, sharp and acrid. Not oil, not grease. Something he couldn't identify at first, yet it lingered in the back of his mind, unsettling in a way that was hard to articulate. He moved slowly around the garage, listening. The house beyond was quiet, the usual early morning hum of the refrigerator and boiler barely perceptible. Outside, the wind stirred the edge of the driveway, and a car engine idled faintly in the distance. But here, inside the garage, the silence pressed against him. He could almost hear the faint, imprinted movements, the small scuff of shoes, the quiet metallic tap of a tool set down, a drawer nudged slightly ajar. On the shelf above the workbench, he noticed something else. A small, folded envelope, the corner peeking out from behind a row of paint cans. He hadn't seen it before. Sliding it out carefully, he felt the paper. Crisp, not old, not something that had been there for months. Inside was a single receipt from a hardware store, stamped just a day prior. It was for items he didn't recognize: a locked cylinder, a roll of security wire, and a pack of heavy-duty gloves. His stomach tightened. The purchases themselves weren't illegal, but the timing, the location of the receipt tucked quietly in his own garage, implied that someone had been planning, or had recently planned, something in his space. He walked to the side of the garage where a workbench lamp rested. The cord, usually coiled neatly, was loosely stretched across the concrete, not plugged in. His eyes followed it and found a faint smear of dust along the edge of a toolbox. It was the subtle shape of a handprint, faint but definite. Someone had leaned over it, someone careful enough not to knock anything over completely, yet careless enough to leave this imprint behind. The air felt colder now, though the morning sun had begun to seep through the garage window. He crouched again, noting the way the floor near the garage door had tiny streaks, almost like scratches from something metal being dragged. Not deep, not violent, just enough to leave a subtle pattern that didn't belong. He knelt, running his hand over the surface, feeling the uneven grooves beneath his fingertips. The more he looked, the more he realized that nothing was missing in a conventional sense, but everything had been touched. Each tool, each drawer, each can of paint. Even the light switches bore faint evidence of human presence. It was meticulous, careful, almost professional. Whoever had been there hadn't stolen for immediate gain. They had been gathering information, testing the space, maybe even preparing for something more deliberate. He stood slowly, feeling a quiet tension settle into his shoulders. His eyes drifted toward the garage door opener on the wall. The button was clean, the surface of the plastic unmarked except for his own fingerprints. But as he considered it, he remembered the faint chemical smell, the tiny, deliberate movements in the dust, the misplaced receipt. Someone had been here, and they had been watching, learning. He opened the garage door fully now, stepping outside. The driveway was empty, the street beyond quiet, almost too still for the hour. He felt the faint, unnerving sense of being observed, though no one was there. A small piece of evidence, a thread caught on the latch, almost invisible, fluttered in the breeze, and he bent down to see it. A dark, synthetic fiber, unlike anything he owned. It was a tiny thing, a detail easy to miss, but it confirmed the suspicion that had been building, subtle and quiet, in the back of his mind. Someone had entered his garage, not to steal, not recklessly, but with purpose. And now, he realized, he would have to find out why. He let the door close behind him with a soft click, listening to the muted echo. The day was beginning, ordinary in every way, yet his garage, and the faint traces left behind, told a story of something decidedly not ordinary. The investigation, he understood, would have to start with these small, easily overlooked details. And as he went back into the house for his notebook, he felt the weight of each subtle clue settle in. The faint handprint, the disturbed tools, the receipt, the synthetic fiber, the chemical smell. All of it whispered of intent. And he knew that, in quiet, deliberate ways, the story was only just beginning. He returned to the garage later that afternoon, notebook in hand, moving deliberately this time. The sunlight had shifted through the small window, casting long, slanted lines across the concrete floor. Dust motes floated lazily in the light, each particle tracing the outlines of subtle disturbances he had noted before. He crouched to inspect the streaks near the door latch again. The synthetic fiber from before had moved slightly in the breeze, but it still clung stubbornly to the edge of the metal. Its texture was smooth and unusually stiff, clearly industrial, not from any clothing he owned. He ran his fingers gently along the workbench, noting how the residue of fine dust followed the pattern of the tools. The wrenches and screwdrivers were back in their places, yet the tiny smudges of grease on the handles weren't his own. They suggested deliberate handling, a tactile examination rather than hurried use. He tapped each tool lightly with a pencil, listening to the subtle shift of weight and the way they made soft, hollow sounds against the bench's surface. Someone had been here, testing, measuring, touching, and leaving traces in ways designed to be almost imperceptible. Near the corner, a small stack of envelopes sat slightly out of alignment on a shelf. One, in particular, caught his eye. It wasn't the content that drew him, but the placement, tilted, almost as if it had been moved and then forgotten. Pulling it free, he discovered a partially completed deposit slip for a local bank. The handwriting was unfamiliar, precise, neat, and careful, with numbers that didn't quite add up to anything meaningful yet. It suggested someone had been counting or calculating, leaving evidence of activity that was neither hasty nor chaotic, but intentional. He set the envelope aside, letting the paper feel textured beneath his fingertips, the fibers rough against his skin. The smell of the garage had changed again, faintly metallic now, as though something had been scraped or cut. His eyes drifted to the pegboard above the workbench, where hooks held various items: tape measures, hammers, a coil of wire. One hook had been slightly bent, subtle enough that he might have overlooked it on any other day. Bending closer, he realized the wire had tiny abrasions, small nicks that suggested something had been pulled through it repeatedly. A minor detail, but deliberate, careful, and out of place. Moving toward the tool chest, he noticed a faint indentation on the dusty surface of the top drawer, as though something heavy had been placed there temporarily. He ran a hand across it, feeling the smoothness where dust had been displaced. Beneath the indentation, he found a small smear of an oily substance. Not grease, not his usual motor oil, something synthetic, industrial, like the kind used in locks or mechanical parts. It didn't belong in his garage, and its presence reinforced the sense of someone working quietly, intentionally, with a plan. His attention turned to the garage door opener again. The plastic housing was clean, but at the base, near the small screw holding it to the wall, a thin line of what appeared to be graphite powder glimmered faintly. It wasn't his own. He didn't use lubricants like that on the opener. Kneeling, he traced the powder with a fingertip, and a subtle scratch pattern emerged along the metal tracks. Someone had experimented with the mechanism, testing the tension, the lock, the movement. Not forced entry, too precise for that, but deliberate, methodical. He felt a low, quiet unease settling in his chest. Each small trace, the fiber, the altered tools, the deposit slip, the wire, the graphite, was mundane alone, but together they told a story of observation, preparation, and careful intrusion. Whoever had been here had moved quietly, leaving nothing overtly stolen, yet leaving traces of an intention that had yet to be fully revealed. He lingered near the window, letting the patterns of light shift over the garage. Outside, a neighbor's dog barked somewhere down the street, distant and fragmented. Inside, the faint sound of the house's central heating stirred, almost masking the soft scrape of a metal footstep that wasn't his own. He froze, heart slowing once he realized it was only the settling of the old pipes. Still, the thought persisted. Someone had been here, and the careful, almost meticulous traces suggested a mind attuned to detail, perhaps even to him specifically. At the far corner of the garage, he found a small, empty cardboard box. Nothing remarkable about it at first glance, but as he turned it over, he saw indentations along the bottom, consistent with something heavy having been removed. He couldn't say what, perhaps a small safe, perhaps a container of tools, but the weight, the deliberate handling, hinted at the same quiet intrusion that marked every other detail. He made notes in his notebook, sketching faint diagrams of the floor, the workbench, the tools, the pegboard. The lines were simple, almost clinical, but they felt necessary, a way to externalize the subtle story told by dust and smudges, fiber and paper. He paused to breathe, listening again, noting how the faint morning breeze rattled the window slightly, carrying a smell of wet asphalt from the street outside. It reminded him of the ordinary world just beyond the threshold, contrasting sharply with the careful, deliberate disturbances within. For the first time, he considered the implications. Someone had been here, and while nothing was overtly missing, the traces left behind suggested surveillance, preparation, and an intent that had not yet been acted upon, or had been acted upon in ways he hadn't yet realized. The pattern of intrusion was quiet, controlled, and precise, a criminal mind working in the shadows, using ordinary spaces to leave extraordinary, almost imperceptible clues. He stood, notebook in hand, and let his gaze sweep over the garage one last time. Each subtle detail, the faint handprint, the misplaced envelope, the scratch along the wire, the powder on the tracks, was a fragment of a larger story he could not yet see. He knew the puzzle would unfold slowly, piece by piece, in quiet moments like this, and he understood that the real work was only beginning. The garage returned to silence, save for the distant hum of the street beyond. He left the door slightly ajar, letting the morning light stretch across the floor, a soft illumination over the traces of deliberate intrusion, each waiting for him to notice them. He returned to the garage the next morning, carrying a small magnifying glass and a fresh notebook. The air was cooler than the day before, carrying a faint scent of damp wood from the shelves and the faint metallic tang that had lingered since the previous intrusion. Light poured across the floor in the same diagonal patterns, highlighting every subtle ridge and imperfection in the concrete. He crouched near the garage door, examining the faint scratches along the metal track once more. They were shallow, almost imperceptible, yet consistent with the motion of a small tool or perhaps the edge of a thin, hard object. It was a pattern he hadn't noticed clearly yesterday, a slow, deliberate testing of the mechanism, perhaps measuring its resilience or friction. He turned to the workbench, brushing his fingers across the dust. The tools themselves seemed unchanged, yet the residue of fingerprints and the faint smudges of a dark, greasy substance were more apparent under the morning light. He leaned closer, noting a small streak on the handle of a ratchet wrench. It was almost invisible, but the texture was slightly different than the rest. The print of a glove? Possibly someone had worn gloves, but not perfectly, leaving partial impressions on the metal. Near the pegboard, he noticed the coil of wire again. One end was frayed, subtle cuts along the insulation suggesting someone had stripped it or tested its strength. It was meticulous work, no rush, no obvious damage, but a clear sign of manipulation. He traced the wire gently with a fingertip, feeling the tiny, deliberate abrasions. Whoever had handled it had been examining its usability, perhaps for something more than the ordinary projects he usually undertook. He glanced at the envelope from yesterday, still folded neatly on the shelf. The deposit slip inside had more detail now. Small pencil marks in the margins, faint, almost invisible, suggesting calculations. He held the paper up to the light and could see tiny creases along the folds. Someone had handled it with care, perhaps carrying it elsewhere, returning it only to leave the trace behind. The thought unsettled him. This wasn't casual curiosity. Someone had been working with his possessions in a way that required quiet observation, patience, and planning. Moving to the side of the garage, he crouched near the floor where the dust had been disturbed. He noticed a faint outline of a shoe print, smaller than his own, the heel slightly scuffed and the toe pressed firmly into the concrete. He traced it with a fingertip, noting the depth and angle. The print indicated someone moving carefully, deliberate in their steps, yet unhurried. There was no sign of a struggle, no sign of panic, only intention. He stood and inhaled deeply, letting the sense of the space settle in. The lingering chemical tang he couldn't identify, the metallic trace of slight abrasion on tools, the faint, almost imperceptible smell of paper and graphite from the deposit slip. Each was subtle alone, but together they painted a picture of careful intrusion. He walked slowly to the shelves lining the far wall. A small cardboard box, the same one he had noticed earlier, now seemed more significant. He lifted it, feeling its weight. Inside, it was empty save for a faint layer of dust on the bottom, yet the pattern of that dust suggested a heavier object had rested there recently. Something had been removed carefully, not hurriedly. He could feel the impressions of its edges, subtle but precise, leaving behind a story of measured handling. Then, almost instinctively, he checked the garage windows. Nothing seemed out of place, yet one of the sills bore a faint smear, a slightly darker patch in the dust. He pressed a fingertip to it and felt the texture, a trace of oil or something synthetic. Not enough to identify clearly, but enough to suggest contact with a hand or tool. Whoever had been here had left nothing dramatic, yet left 100 tiny signs of presence. He noticed the light switch near the door, normally unremarkable, now faintly smudged. Perhaps someone had leaned against it as they observed the room, testing the space, checking light levels, or perhaps just leaving traces without realizing. The notion that these small, almost invisible signs could indicate planning unsettled him more than any obvious act of theft might have. His gaze returned to the workbench. A single screw lay slightly out of place, as if removed and replaced carelessly. It was subtle enough that he might have overlooked it entirely, yet with the magnifying glass, he could see a faint scratch along the thread, a microscopic groove that suggested recent manipulation. Small, deliberate, and intentional. He leaned back, letting the morning light wash over the garage. Each detail, the smudged fingerprints, the disturbed dust, the frayed wire, the synthetic fiber, the scratch on the screw, the faint shoe print, was unremarkable alone, yet together they told the quiet story of careful intrusion. Nothing had been stolen, at least not yet, but the deliberate handling of objects, the careful observation, the test marks on tools and surfaces, all hinted at criminal intent. He closed his notebook slowly, taking one last pass across the garage with his eyes. The quiet hum of the street beyond the driveway was reassuring in its ordinariness, yet the stillness inside the garage felt charged, pregnant with hidden action. He realized he would need to revisit each detail to track the invisible threads left behind. The subtle fingerprints, impressions, and traces were more than signs of presence. They were pieces of a puzzle that had not yet revealed its full design. The day pressed on outside, but inside the garage, time seemed to slow, each moment allowing him to absorb more of the minutiae left behind by someone methodical, careful, and deliberate. And as he stepped outside, letting the door close with a soft click, he felt the quiet tension of anticipation. This intrusion was not careless. It was intentional, and it was far from complete. The following morning, he approached the garage with a deliberate calm, carrying a small flashlight and a clean rag. The air smelled faintly of damp concrete, but now there was an added undercurrent, something sharp, almost acrid, like burnt plastic or overheated metal. He paused at the threshold, letting his eyes adjust to the early light, and noticed immediately how the shadows of the tools on the wall seemed slightly different, as though someone had nudged or rotated them in the previous hours. Not enough to notice at first glance, but enough to register with a careful eye. He crouched near the workbench again, running his fingertips lightly across the surface. The dust had settled overnight, but faint streaks and swirls were visible under the beam of the flashlight. He leaned closer, noticing a series of very fine scratches near the edge of a metal tray. Tiny, parallel grooves as though a knife or sharp object had been tested, slid, or pressed against it. He traced the lines carefully, feeling the subtle ridges beneath his finger. Whoever had been here had handled tools with precision, almost experimentally, leaving deliberate, minute traces. Moving to the floor near the garage door, he bent down to inspect the shoe print from before. Under the shifting light, he could now see the outline more clearly. The heel had a faint cut in the rubber, small enough to be overlooked, suggesting that the wearer moved over rough surfaces outside before entering. The print was shallow, careful, but its presence confirmed what he had begun to suspect. Someone had not only been in his garage, but had approached it with purpose, steps measured, cautious, and practiced. Near the shelves, he noticed a faint crease in the dust along the top edge of a box containing paint cans. Picking it up, he found a thin plastic bag tucked underneath. Inside was a small coil of wire, similar to the one he had seen frayed before, but this one was untouched. The bag smelled faintly of chemicals, the same acrid tang in the air earlier. He flexed the wire gently, noting the stiffness and the way it held its shape. The subtle suggestion of planning became clearer. Someone had been assessing materials, testing options quietly, leaving just enough evidence for him to notice if he looked carefully. He moved to the corner near the tool chest and noticed the faint outline of a rectangular object under the dust, too light to be a tool, too flat to be part of the chest. He bent closer and discovered a small, partially folded note, edges crisp, handwriting unfamiliar. The message was nondescript, a few numbers, seemingly random, but the ink was fresh. He lifted the paper, feeling the texture, smooth, unwrinkled, deliberately placed in a spot easy to overlook. It suggested calculation, preparation, a step in a process he did not yet understand. Glancing up, he noticed that the light switch near the garage door had a faint smudge he had not seen before. Leaning closer, he could see it was not just a fingerprint but a partial outline of a gloved hand, the texture of the fabric still evident in the smear. The smudge trailed slightly downward as though someone had adjusted the switch while leaning into the garage, careful not to disrupt the tools, careful not to leave overt signs. He knelt again near the workbench, noticing a faint metallic scent stronger than before, the tang of something like graphite or finely powdered steel. On the surface of a hammer, he detected a series of microabrasions along the handle, tiny, parallel scratches consistent with testing the edge of the tool, running it along another surface, or measuring friction. The attention to detail, the care, suggested someone meticulous, deliberate, almost professional in their movements. At the far wall, he noticed a faint indentation along the edge of a shelf. Pressing lightly with a fingertip, he realized something heavy had been temporarily placed there and then removed. The surface beneath was warmer than the surrounding air, subtle evidence that the object had been there recently. He could not see what had been used, only that the impression and residual heat suggested a short-lived interaction, a momentary act of placement and removal. He stepped back, letting his gaze sweep over the garage slowly. Dust, smudges, subtle scratches, faint chemical tangs, carefully placed objects, all told a quiet story. Nothing overtly stolen, yet every small detail suggested someone had been examining, testing, preparing. There was intent here, quiet, controlled, deliberate. He moved to the garage door opener, examining the edges closely. Under the light, he noticed fine scratches along the seam where the plastic housing met the wall, as though someone had carefully tried to pry it, not forcibly, but gently, testing for vulnerabilities. The graphite smudge from before seemed connected, subtle evidence of a mind attentive to mechanical detail. A faint noise, just the distant creak of a neighbor's gate, reminded him that the ordinary world continued outside, yet inside the garage, every object carried a story of intrusion. Each mark, each scent, each displaced item suggested observation and planning, not haphazard entry. He crouched near the floor once more, tracing the faint streaks near the door with his fingertip. The concrete held tiny, almost imperceptible abrasions, lines running along the surface, as though a metal object had been dragged lightly across it. The scratches weren't random. Their pattern was intentional, deliberate, almost experimental. He pulled out the envelope with the deposit slip again, turning it over in his hands. Pencil marks and tiny creases indicated repeated handling, thoughtful adjustments, careful consideration. Someone had been counting, planning, or recording, quietly, deliberately, without urgency. The handwriting was neat, measured, unhurried. As he stood, notebook in hand, the garage felt alive with traces of activity. Each micro detail, scratches, smudges, fibers, impressions, chemical tangs, displaced items, was a deliberate, careful mark left by someone with a clear intent. Nothing had been overtly stolen yet, but the meticulous presence suggested preparation, perhaps for an act yet to come, or for surveillance of his routines. He stepped back into the sunlight streaming through the garage door, letting the door click softly behind him. The day outside moved on with ordinary sounds: birds, distant traffic, the faint rustle of leaves. But inside the garage, the quiet evidence of intrusion, subtle and deliberate, remained, waiting for him to trace the threads of a plan he could not yet see. He returned to the garage late that afternoon, the light softer now, stretching long, warm shadows across the concrete. The air carried the familiar smell of dust and metal, but beneath it he noticed again the faint, acrid tang that had been present the past few days. Something industrial, chemical, almost metallic. He knelt near the workbench, brushing his fingers over the surface. The dust had shifted slightly, though the breeze had been minimal, and he realized the pattern suggested something had been nudged or adjusted again. The screw he had noticed before, with its micro scratch along the thread, now appeared to have a companion. Another screw, identical in size and placement, bore a faint mark as though someone had tested a small tool against it. The scratches were shallow, deliberate, almost imperceptible, but consistent with someone measuring fit or tension. Whoever had been here had been assessing not just presence, but capability, the tools, the locks, the mechanisms themselves. He moved slowly toward the floor near the corner of the garage. A faint smear caught his attention, barely darker than the surrounding dust. Kneeling closer, he saw it was not random. Tiny, thin lines running in parallel, suggesting the edge of a tool or instrument had been dragged across the surface lightly. He traced the lines gently, feeling the subtle indentation. It was a careful, measured action, not hurried, not panicked. Near the shelves, a cardboard box that had seemed insignificant before now drew his attention. He opened it carefully, noting the dust pattern inside. A single imprint, rectangular and faint, suggested something heavy had been removed. The bottom of the box carried the faint smell of plastic or synthetic material, and a single dark fiber clung to the corner. It was similar to the synthetic fiber he had found near the door latch, stiff and industrial. He stepped back and let his gaze sweep across the garage. The workbench, the pegboard, the tool chest, all bore subtle traces of human activity. Fingerprints in dust, fine scratches, faint chemical residues, a partially displaced measuring tape, a pencil mark on the edge of the envelope with the deposit slip. The evidence was neither dramatic nor chaotic, but careful, meticulous, and deliberate. Whoever had been here had worked quietly, leaving nothing obvious, yet leaving threads for him to notice if he looked closely. He bent to inspect the garage door opener again. The seam between the plastic housing and the wall bore a faint line of graphite, almost imperceptible. Running his finger along it, he felt the powdery residue. The marks were consistent with someone testing the door, perhaps observing how smoothly it moved or assessing the tension in the tracks. Again, the action was deliberate, controlled, someone working slowly, with attention to detail, not force. Moving to the workbench, he noticed that the hammer he had examined before now had a small smudge of a dark substance on the head. It wasn't rust or grease he recognized, but something synthetic, slightly sticky to the touch. It had a faint, chemical odor, sharp, but not overpowering. He wiped it with his rag and examined it under the flashlight. A faint impression on the hammer's surface suggested that it had been used against another object, carefully testing force, weight, or durability. Near the pegboard, a small coil of wire that had been frayed before now seemed slightly out of place. One end was bent in a way that suggested it had been handled recently, the insulation bearing faint scratches consistent with careful stripping or manipulation. He ran his fingers along it, feeling the subtle ridges left by cutting or twisting. It was another deliberate act, quiet, intentional, and designed to leave minimal obvious evidence. He stepped back toward the center of the garage and noticed, almost as an afterthought, a faint outline on the concrete near the side wall. Kneeling, he traced it with his fingertip. The imprint suggested a rectangular object, light, perhaps a tool or container, had been placed and removed. The edges were sharp, the pressure even. The object was small enough to carry easily, but heavy enough to leave a mark in the dust and dirt. He straightened slowly, notebook in hand, running through the subtle patterns. Fingerprints in dust, smudged chemical residues, small abrasions on tools, faint shoe prints, frayed and bent wires, displaced envelopes with penciled calculations. Each detail, ordinary in isolation, when taken together suggested method, intention, planning. Nothing had been overtly stolen, but everything had been touched, considered, tested. He glanced toward the garage window. The sill bore a faint mark, tiny scratches, perhaps from fingernails or a small tool. It was a subtle sign, but consistent with someone observing the space from a different angle, checking lines of sight, testing access points, or gauging visibility from outside. A faint draft carried the smell of asphalt from the street beyond, mixing with the chemical tang that seemed to have settled into the corners of the garage. He inhaled slowly, letting the air fill his lungs, noting how ordinary it felt yet how charged with the traces of human presence it had become. He returned to the envelope with the deposit slip. The pencil marks in the margins were faint but deliberate, arithmetic, small calculations, careful annotations. They suggested planning, forethought, a mind at work quietly and systematically. The handwriting was precise, unfamiliar, measured. It hinted at someone not merely curious, but someone plotting steps, perhaps for future action, perhaps for something unseen. He stepped back and let his eyes move over the garage as a whole. Every tool, every shelf, every corner carried subtle evidence of intrusion. Micro scratches, smudges, fibers, faint chemical residues, impressions, displaced objects, meticulous handling. The story was slow, deliberate, almost invisible, yet unmistakable. Someone had been here, moving quietly, assessing, testing, calculating. He closed his notebook and stood near the door, letting the soft click of the closing garage echo in the still air. Outside, the street hummed with ordinary life. Cars passing, distant voices, birds. But inside, the evidence remained, a quiet, meticulous record of intrusion, observation, and intention. Nothing was resolved. Nothing had been stolen yet. But each subtle sign whispered a truth he could not ignore. Someone had been here, carefully, deliberately, and the full measure of their intent was still unknown. The following evening, he returned once again, drawn back by the persistent unease that had settled in his chest. The garage was quiet, bathed in the fading amber light of dusk that slanted through the small window. Dust motes floated in the air, illuminated in a soft glow, drifting lazily but revealing every ridge, indentation, and smudge across surfaces he had examined countless times before. He inhaled deeply, noticing once more the faint chemical tang, sharp yet muted, mingling with the familiar scent of aged wood and motor oil. He moved slowly toward the workbench, his fingertips tracing the surfaces. The tools were still in place, yet subtle differences caught his eye immediately. The hammer he had observed before now bore a faint, almost imperceptible smudge near the head. It looked like the residue of handling, a dark, synthetic substance, distinct from the oils he typically used. He ran a fingertip across it, noting the sticky texture and the chemical undertone. It suggested careful experimentation, not casual use. Turning his attention to the pegboard, he noticed the coil of wire slightly more uncoiled than the previous day. One end bent delicately, tiny abrasions on the insulation indicating someone had stripped or twisted it, perhaps testing its flexibility or durability. He flexed it gently with his fingers, feeling the subtle unevenness. It was an act done with quiet intent, meticulous and deliberate. Near the far shelves, the cardboard box he had examined earlier now revealed a new trace. Inside, dust had shifted in faint, orderly patterns, suggesting repeated handling. The faint chemical smell lingered stronger here, combined with a sharp, metallic tang. He lifted the box, noticing a weightless depression on the bottom, a rectangular imprint suggesting something had rested there before being removed carefully. The impression was subtle, but precise, betraying deliberate placement rather than haphazard movement. He crouched near the garage door, examining the faint shoe print from earlier. The heel was still visible, and under closer inspection, he noticed a tiny, shallow cut in the rubber sole, a mark consistent with walking over gravel or concrete. He ran his fingertip along the edges of the print, feeling the subtle ridges and indentations. The careful step, the deliberate placement, reinforced what he had begun to suspect. Someone had approached the garage with caution, aware of each movement, methodical in their assessment. His gaze drifted toward the garage door opener. The seam where the plastic met the wall bore faint scratches, and the graphite residue glimmered subtly under the dimming light. He pressed lightly against the housing, feeling the slight give of the plastic. Whoever had been here had tested the door carefully, exploring vulnerabilities without breaking anything. A quiet probe, precise and calculated. He moved to the floor near the side wall, noticing a faint outline that had not been apparent before. Kneeling, he traced it gently with a fingertip. The impression was rectangular, shallow, as though a small container or tool had been set and removed carefully. Tiny flecks of dust clung to the edges of the mark, and a small, stiff synthetic fiber lay caught in the corner, identical to the one he had found near the latch days before. It was a pattern, he realized, traces repeated, deliberate, intentional. Near the shelves, a small stack of envelopes caught his eye. One, previously unnoticed, had a faint pencil mark in the margin, the graphite slightly smudged. He lifted it, feeling the texture of the paper, crisp, unwrinkled, carefully handled. Inside was a deposit slip, similar to the one he had examined before, with numbers and calculations noted in a precise, unfamiliar hand. The handwriting suggested forethought, a planning process, subtle yet deliberate. He stepped back and allowed his gaze to take in the entire space. Every detail, the faint fingerprints in dust, the chemical residues, the smudged graphite, the subtle scratches on tools, the displaced envelopes, the faint shoe prints, the impressions in dust and cardboard, told a quiet story of intrusion. Nothing had been stolen, yet the careful manipulation of objects, testing of mechanisms, and observation of the space suggested an intent beyond mere curiosity. Moving slowly to the workbench, he noticed the measuring tape, partially extended. The metal edge bore faint abrasions, as though tested against a surface, pressed lightly, shifted deliberately. He lifted it, noting the tiny scratches along the tape, consistent with careful handling. The action was meticulous, almost clinical, a methodical assessment of tools and space, deliberate and intentional. He crouched near the floor again, letting his fingers trace the tiny scratches along the concrete near the door. Each microabrasion, each streak of residue, each indentation carried a pattern, a slow, meticulous presence. Whoever had been here had been moving quietly, assessing, experimenting, leaving just enough evidence for someone observant to notice, but nothing that would suggest immediate theft or confrontation. The light through the window had shifted, and the garage grew cooler, the evening settling in. He inhaled deeply, smelling the faint chemical tang, the metallic residue, the subtle must of aged paper and wood. The garage felt charged with presence, though empty of people. Each subtle trace whispered intent, careful, deliberate, methodical intent. He straightened slowly, notebook in hand, running through the observations in his mind. Fingerprints in dust, scratches along metal tools, frayed wires, subtle chemical residues, pencil marks, shoe prints, impressions in cardboard and concrete. Each detail, ordinary alone, woven together suggested planning, preparation, and calculation. As he stepped toward the door to leave, the soft click echoed through the space. Outside, the street remained ordinary, the faint sounds of evening life drifting in. Inside, the garage held its quiet secrets, traces of deliberate intrusion, careful observation, and subtle, unhurried intent. Nothing had been overtly taken, yet each detail whispered that the intrusion was far from casual. The story of what had been done, and what might still unfold, was slow, deliberate, and still very much alive. He returned the next morning, the air crisp and still, carrying the faint smell of rain from the street outside. The garage smelled different now, a combination of damp concrete, aged wood, and that persistent metallic chemical tang he could never quite place. Dust lay across the surfaces in thin layers, but when he crouched near the workbench, he could see subtle disturbances, small arcs and streaks in the dust that suggested someone had brushed against them again, lightly, almost absent-mindedly. He ran his finger along the edge of the hammer once more. The faint smudge of dark, synthetic residue remained, sticky but subtle, with a chemical undertone that lingered faintly in his nostrils. Closer inspection revealed a new detail. Small, almost imperceptible scratches along the handle, parallel and deliberate. Someone had tested its weight or balance, or perhaps the angle of its strike. It was precise, intentional, and again quiet. His gaze drifted to the pegboard. The coil of wire he had examined before now bore a slight kink at the midpoint, tiny abrasions along the insulation more pronounced than the day before. He lifted the coil carefully, flexing it gently, feeling how the small scratches altered its pliability. The wire wasn't just displaced. It had been tested, examined, and returned in a manner meant to leave minimal evidence, but maximal information. Near the shelves, he noticed the cardboard box from earlier. The dust inside had shifted once more, faint swirls forming patterns in the layer. He lifted the box and traced the bottom with a fingertip. There were multiple impressions, rectangular, shallow, with a slight residue of something synthetic. The impressions were repeated, overlapping slightly, as though whatever had rested there had been placed, lifted, and replaced multiple times in careful measurement. He knelt near the garage door, examining the faint shoe print again. The rubber heel bore the same tiny cut as before, but now a second, partial print appeared alongside it, smaller, with a slightly different pattern in the tread. Someone had lingered here, or returned, moving quietly but leaving traces only noticeable to someone attentive. He traced both prints gently, the indentations shallow, deliberate, measured. Turning his attention to the garage door opener, he noted the seam where the housing met the wall. The faint scratches and graphite residue had shifted slightly in position, or perhaps they had become more visible under the morning light. Pressing lightly against the plastic, he could feel the subtle flex of the housing. Someone had probed it carefully, testing the mechanism, seeking weakness or understanding its operation, and left the smallest marks of their experiment. Near the floor, he noticed a new detail, a thin, dark thread lying against the concrete, almost invisible unless searched for. It was synthetic, stiff, like the fiber he had found near the latch days before. He held it up to the light, observing the sharp edges and the slight sheen. It had not come from his clothing or any household item he owned. Whoever had been here had moved through the garage deliberately, their presence measurable in the tiniest fragments. He glanced again at the envelopes on the shelf. One, previously unexamined, bore faint pencil marks along the edge. The writing was neat, unfamiliar. He lifted it carefully and saw a partially filled deposit slip inside. The numbers aligned meticulously, some crossed out and rewritten. The markings suggested planning, calculation, perhaps rehearsal. The hand that had written it was careful, deliberate, testing scenarios in quiet, thoughtful movements. He crouched near the workbench once more, running his fingers over the measuring tape. Tiny abrasions along the metal edge had become more visible, faint scratches consistent with testing the tape's edge against a hard surface. The action was quiet, careful, deliberate, another sign of someone quietly observing, measuring, assessing, and recording. He moved to the corner of the garage and noticed a faint outline on the concrete near the wall. Kneeling, he traced it gently with his fingertip. It suggested a rectangular object, small and light, had been placed and lifted with care. Dust had shifted around the edges, and a faint, chemical smell lingered where the object had rested. The impression was subtle but precise, an echo of careful planning rather than casual use. Stepping back, he let his gaze sweep across the garage slowly, taking in every detail. Fingerprints in dust, faint chemical residues, subtle scratches, displaced envelopes, frayed wires, impressions in cardboard and concrete, shoe prints. Nothing had been stolen, at least not yet, but the deliberate handling, careful assessment, and repeated probing of every object suggested intention. Someone had been here not recklessly, but purposefully, methodically, and quietly. He bent to the garage door one last time, running a finger along the edge of the track. Tiny scratches, faint smudges of graphite, and dust displaced in narrow arcs suggested repeated testing, probing of the mechanism for subtle weaknesses. It was the same pattern he had seen throughout the garage: careful observation, slow experimentation, minimal disturbance, maximal information. He straightened, notebook in hand, feeling the quiet tension of the space pressing in. Each subtle trace, the smudges, fibers, scratches, impressions, pencil marks, residues, was a fragment of an invisible story. Whoever had been here had left nothing dramatic, yet everything was deliberate. The signs of intrusion, methodical and patient, suggested a mind at work, planning, observing, measuring. The garage remained quiet, empty, yet filled with the traces of meticulous presence. He exhaled slowly, aware that each step, each observation, each small discovery brought him closer to understanding, yet the full picture remained just out of reach. The traces whispered intent, intent that had not yet manifested in overt action, but was quietly, inexorably at work. He returned late that afternoon, the sun low enough to cast a warm, horizontal light across the garage floor. Dust hung in the air, motes floating slowly, catching the faint orange glow and highlighting the minutest details on every surface. The familiar chemical metallic tang lingered faintly, more perceptible near the shelves where he had first noticed the frayed wire. He inhaled slowly, noting the way the scent pooled near corners, subtle but distinct, a quiet signature of prior activity. He moved toward the workbench, running a fingertip along the edge of the metal tray. The shallow, parallel scratches he had seen before were now joined by smaller, finer grooves, almost imperceptible, but consistent with someone testing the edge of a tool with care, observing its response. He leaned closer, feeling the subtle ridges beneath his finger. The action was deliberate, quiet, not hurried, yet methodical in its repetition. Near the pegboard, the coil of wire had shifted slightly again. One end was bent in a small, deliberate angle. The insulation bore additional abrasions, as though someone had checked its flexibility repeatedly. He flexed the wire gently, noticing the way the tiny scratches altered its pliability. It suggested careful examination rather than casual handling, a deliberate assessment of materials quietly carried out. He crouched near the floor at the corner by the garage door. The larger shoe print remained, but next to it was a faint, partial outline of another sole, different in size and tread pattern. It was barely perceptible, shallow and careful, pressed lightly into the dust. He traced it with a fingertip, feeling the indentation, imagining the measured steps of someone moving slowly, thoughtfully, across the garage. The prints were not haphazard. They were deliberate, each step considered. He shifted his attention to the garage door opener. The seam between the plastic housing and the wall had fine scratches, and the graphite residue glimmered faintly in the low light. Pressing lightly, he felt a subtle flex, a tiny give that suggested the mechanism had been tested, probed. The marks were careful, almost tentative, as though someone had been assessing its function, testing its limits without leaving obvious evidence of tampering. Near the shelves, the cardboard box bore new traces. The dust inside had shifted subtly, faint arcs and smudges suggesting repeated handling. He lifted it gently and found multiple shallow impressions on the bottom, faint but precise, rectangular, overlapping slightly, consistent with the placement and removal of a small, heavy object. He detected a faint synthetic odor lingering in the box, an acrid, industrial tang that matched the smell near the pegboard. It was an intentional residue, a trace of presence, quiet and almost imperceptible. He turned to the stack of envelopes. One, previously unnoticed, had been nudged slightly. The pencil marks along the margin had changed subtly, fainter now, as though lightly erased and rewritten. He lifted it carefully, examining the deposit slip inside. Numbers were crossed out, recalculated, adjusted. The hand that had written them was deliberate, controlled, precise. It suggested planning, measurement, rehearsal. Someone had been quietly preparing, leaving traces that required careful attention to notice. He moved to the workbench and examined the measuring tape. Tiny abrasions along the metal edge were more evident than before, faint scratches consistent with testing the tape against a hard surface. He ran his fingertip along the edge, feeling the subtle grooves. The repeated marks indicated methodical experimentation, almost clinical in its precision. Each micro-scratch was a deliberate act of quiet measurement. Near the floor by the side wall, he noticed a new detail, a faint, linear depression in the dust, subtle but continuous. He traced it with his fingers. It suggested a long, narrow object had been dragged gently across the concrete, leaving a barely perceptible track. Tiny particles of dust and small synthetic fibers clung along its path. He bent closer and caught a faint chemical tang, sharper than before, lingering in the groove. Someone had been testing, measuring, manipulating objects, leaving only the barest traces behind. He stepped back, letting his eyes take in the entire garage. Dust smudges, fingerprints, faint chemical residues, micro scratches, frayed wires, shoe prints, impressions in cardboard and concrete, pencil marks on paper. All were evidence of deliberate, measured intrusion. Nothing overtly stolen, yet each detail told a quiet, insistent story of observation, testing, and preparation. Someone had been here repeatedly, methodically, with purpose. He crouched near the garage door one last time, running his fingertips along the concrete track. Tiny scratches, faint graphite residue, and small, even depressions suggested repeated contact with a tool or object. The pattern was intentional, a methodical assessment of structure and mechanism. He straightened slowly, notebook in hand, and exhaled. The garage seemed ordinary from the outside, yet within it, every object held the subtle record of deliberate human presence. Each smudge, each fiber, each trace of residue was evidence of intent. Quiet, patient, careful intent. Nothing had been overtly taken, but the traces suggested preparation for action, and the full story of this intrusion remained just out of reach, slowly revealing itself in careful, ordinary details. The street beyond hummed with life, distant traffic, birds, a neighbor closing a gate. But inside, the garage remained charged with quiet, methodical presence. He closed the door gently, letting the soft click echo in the still air, aware that the traces of deliberate intrusion were real, persistent, and waiting for him to follow the threads further. He returned the next morning, just as the first pale light of dawn seeped through the garage window. The air was cool and still, carrying the faint scent of damp concrete, mixed with that subtle metallic chemical tang he had come to recognize. Dust lay in thin layers on the workbench, tools, and floor, but the streaks and smudges were more distinct now, as though the slight breeze from the open door had revealed what had been hidden in plain sight. He crouched near the pegboard, studying the coil of wire again. The bend in its end had shifted slightly since yesterday, forming a subtle hook. Tiny abrasions along the insulation seemed fresher, sharper, edges almost like they had been scraped against something metallic. He flexed it gently, feeling the way the scratches had changed its tension, altered its resistance. Someone had handled it recently, testing it, but returning it with meticulous care. Near the shelves, the cardboard box revealed further evidence. Dust had been disturbed across the top edges, leaving faint streaks that suggested repeated lifting and replacement. Beneath the box, a faint rectangular impression in the concrete suggested an object heavier than anything normally stored had been set there. He knelt, pressing lightly with a fingertip. The edges of the imprint were crisp, corners defined, and a faint, synthetic smell lingered in the grooves. Small fibers clung to the indentations, black, synthetic, stiff, the same he had noticed near the door latch. At the workbench, he noticed something new, a small, metallic fragment resting near the edge of a tray. It was a sliver, sharp at one end, darkened slightly as though heated. He picked it up carefully with a gloved hand and held it to the light. Its presence suggested testing. Someone had been experimenting with tools, perhaps cutting or shaping, leaving a tiny shard behind that no casual visitor would have noticed. He turned to the garage door opener. The seam bore faint scratches, deeper and more linear than before. He pressed lightly against the plastic casing, feeling a subtle flex in the mechanism. It suggested repeated probing, perhaps checking tension, resistance, or alignment. Each mark was quiet, methodical, deliberate. The care indicated someone attentive to detail, someone attempting to understand the operation without leaving overt evidence of tampering. Near the floor, He traced the shoe prints again. The deeper, larger print remained, but a faint second print, slightly smaller and angled differently, was now clearer. He traced it with a fingertip, noticing the shallow depression, precise placement, and subtle direction change. Whoever had been here had not moved haphazardly. They had lingered, observed, tested, and retreated, leaving just enough trace to be noticed by someone attentive. He glanced at the stack of envelopes. One, previously lying flat, had shifted slightly. The pencil markings along the margin were darker, as though rewritten, recalculated. He lifted it carefully, noting that the deposit slip inside had additional numbers, small crossouts, and annotations, all neat, deliberate, and controlled. The handwriting suggested calculation and planning, quiet, meticulous thought laid down in careful, repeated movements. Crouching near the corner of the garage, he noticed a faint, linear depression in the dust that hadn't been there before. He traced it with his fingertip. It suggested a narrow, flat object had been dragged lightly across the floor. Tiny particles of dust clung along its path, and faint traces of synthetic fibers rested in the track. He inhaled, detecting the faint chemical tang, sharper than the surrounding air. Someone had moved through the space, testing objects, measuring distances, leaving traces that only careful observation could reveal. He moved to the workbench again, running a finger along the metal edge of the measuring tape. The fine abrasions were now more pronounced, parallel scratches consistent with repeated testing against a hard surface. He could feel the micro grooves beneath his fingertip. Each scratch, each mark, was evidence of patient assessment, slow, methodical, and purposeful. Near the shelves, he noticed a small, folded slip of paper tucked beneath a paint can. Picking it up carefully, he saw faint, handwritten figures, numbers, calculations, and small symbols. The pencil marks were deliberate, neat, and precise, as though someone had been planning, testing, or rehearsing an action. The paper carried a subtle scent of graphite and the faint metallic tang that lingered in the garage air. He stepped back, letting his eyes sweep across the room. Fingerprints in dust, faint chemical residues, micro scratches on tools, frayed wires, shoe prints, impressions in concrete and cardboard, pencil marks on paper, metallic fragments, all told the quiet story of intrusion. Nothing had been overtly stolen, yet the deliberate handling, repeated probing, and careful observation suggested intent. Someone had been here multiple times, with purpose, quietly preparing, testing, and noting. He crouched once more near the garage door, running a fingertip along the concrete track. Tiny abrasions, faint graphite residue, and subtle depressions indicated repeated contact with a tool or object, each touch precise, measured, and deliberate. The pattern of intrusion was consistent, methodical, and calculated. He straightened, notebook in hand, exhaling slowly. Outside, the street hummed with ordinary sounds, distant traffic, birds, a neighbor closing a gate. Inside, the garage remained quiet but charged with subtle, meticulous evidence of human presence. Each fiber, scratch, smudge, and trace whispered intent, patient, deliberate, quiet intent. Nothing had been overtly taken yet, but the traces suggested preparation for action still unseen, and the story of the intrusion continued to unfold, slow, deliberate, and hauntingly ordinary. He returned to the garage mid-morning, the light coming in at a sharper angle now, illuminating dust motes like tiny floating specters. The air was cooler than the house, carrying the same faint chemical tang, almost metallic, barely noticeable unless he breathed slowly and deliberately. He noticed immediately that the shadows along the workbench highlighted small irregularities he hadn't fully appreciated before. Minuscule streaks, subtle dust disturbances, faint fingerprints and patterns that seemed intentional rather than accidental. He crouched by the pegboard. The coil of wire, once again, was slightly more bent at its tip, the abrasion on the insulation sharper, almost as if someone had tested it with a small tool, checking resistance, flexibility, or alignment. He flexed it gently, feeling how the tiny marks altered the way it bent. This was no careless handling. Each movement had been precise, thoughtful, measured. Near the shelves, the cardboard box seemed heavier than usual. Lifting it slowly, he traced the bottom. The faint rectangular impressions had multiplied, overlapping each other, subtle variations in depth suggesting that a small, firm object had been placed and replaced multiple times. Along the edge of the box, a single black fiber clung stubbornly to the cardboard, stiff, synthetic, unfamiliar. Its presence was deliberate, incidental yet consistent, like a signature left without knowing it. At the workbench, a faint metallic shard caught his attention. He picked it up carefully, examining it in the morning light. The edge was sharp, slightly darkened, as though heated or abraded. He considered the possibilities. A tool tested, a minor cut made in material, left behind because it was too small to notice. Its very smallness spoke to the quiet care of someone meticulous. He crouched near the garage door. The larger shoe print was unchanged, but alongside it, another faint print was now more visible, smaller, angled slightly differently. He ran his finger along it, feeling the depression and the way the dust had been displaced. The steps had been careful, measured, attentive. No force had been used, yet the presence was deliberate enough that he could reconstruct the motion with his imagination. Slow approach, careful observation, retreat. The garage door opener drew his attention again. The seam between housing and wall bore finer scratches than before, now combined with faint streaks of graphite, smudged lightly along the edge. He pressed gently against the housing, feeling the subtle flex. Someone had been here, again, testing, observing, understanding, leaving marks so faint that only careful inspection could reveal them. A faint, linear depression in the concrete caught his eye near the side wall. Kneeling, he traced it gently. It suggested a long, narrow object had been slid across the floor, lightly, slowly, leaving the faintest imprint. Tiny dust particles and synthetic fibers clung along the line. He breathed in, catching the same chemical tang concentrated along its path. Each subtle clue suggested someone moving, measuring, testing, leaving almost nothing, yet leaving everything for someone careful to observe. He moved to the envelopes. One had shifted, the pencil markings darker, more deliberate. He lifted it and examined the deposit slip. Small arithmetic notes, numbers crossed out and rewritten, meticulous, precise. It wasn't a hurried calculation. It was rehearsal, testing outcomes, a quiet assessment of what could happen or what should be done next. The measuring tape lay across the workbench. The fine abrasions along its edge were deeper now, parallel scratches indicating repeated testing against a hard surface. He ran his finger along the metal, feeling the grooves. Each mark, each slight indentation suggested patient, methodical assessment, almost clinical in its precision. Near the floor, a faint impression in dust suggested something small and heavy had rested there briefly. Its edges were crisp, corners defined. He bent closer, noting faint traces of synthetic fibers, tiny flecks of dust displaced, a barely perceptible metallic tang lingering in the groove. The object had been placed, examined, removed, all without hurry, without carelessness, just quiet, calculated action. He stood and let his gaze sweep across the garage. The fingerprints and dust, faint chemical residues, micro scratches, frayed wires, shoe prints, impressions in cardboard and concrete, pencil marks, metallic shards, all told a slow, careful story. Nothing overtly stolen, nothing broken, yet deliberate. Repeated handling, testing, and observation suggested intent. Someone had been here with purpose, quietly preparing, studying, assessing. He crouched near the garage door track, fingertips brushing the concrete. Tiny scratches, faint graphite smudges, shallow depressions indicated repeated contact with an object or tool. Each mark was measured, deliberate, patient. The pattern of intrusion, quiet and meticulous, seemed to carry through the entire space. He straightened slowly, notebook in hand, exhaling. Outside, ordinary life moved along. Distant traffic, birdsong, a neighbor shutting a gate. Inside, the garage remained quiet, heavy with subtle evidence of human presence. Each smudge, fiber, scratch, and residue whispered intent. Intent deliberate, patient, careful. Nothing had been taken yet, but the traces suggested preparation, planning, and the slow, deliberate unfolding of a story he had only begun to read. He returned again the following afternoon, the air warmer now, carrying a faint, humid weight that clung to the edges of the garage. The chemical metallic tang lingered faintly, almost imperceptible, but sharper near the corner shelves and along the workbench. The dust motes, suspended in shafts of sunlight, revealed tiny disturbances he hadn't noticed before. Faint arcs, smudges, and trails across surfaces that had seemed untouched in prior visits. He crouched near the pegboard. The coil of wire had shifted subtly, its tip bent at a slightly different angle, abrasions along the insulation deeper, sharper. He flexed it carefully, noting the tiny differences in tension, the way the scratches affected its pliability. Someone had handled it again, deliberately, testing, observing, recording without leaving overt signs of disruption. Near the shelves, the cardboard box yielded new information. Dust inside had shifted in subtle, overlapping patterns, suggesting multiple placements and removals of a small, dense object. Beneath the box, the concrete bore a faint rectangular impression, sharper than before, edges slightly compressed from repeated contact. He ran his fingertip across it, noting tiny synthetic fibers clinging stubbornly to the corners, black, stiff, unfamiliar. A faint chemical scent lingered, sharper here than in any other part of the garage. At the workbench, a metallic shard caught the morning light. He picked it up carefully, examining the edges, irregular, slightly darkened, as though scraped or abraded against another surface. Its presence suggested someone experimenting with tools, cutting, shaping, testing, but leaving no clear evidence of what they had intended. The shoe prints near the garage door drew his attention next. The larger one remained, but the smaller print alongside it was now more distinct. He traced it gently with his finger. The shallow, precise indentation suggested careful placement, a step measured and deliberate. Whoever had been here had moved thoughtfully, observing the space, testing reactions, leaving nothing to disrupt the ordinary appearance. The garage door opener seam revealed faint, new scratches, subtle but deliberate. He pressed lightly against the housing, feeling a slight give, as though someone had been testing the mechanism repeatedly, gently, measuring resistance, noting what the system would bear. The traces were quiet, careful, methodical, almost clinical. Near the floor, a faint, linear depression in the dust drew his attention. He followed it with a fingertip. It suggested a narrow object had been slid lightly across the concrete. Tiny flecks of dust and synthetic fibers clung along the path. The faint chemical tang concentrated here indicated recent handling. The path ended abruptly near a shelf, as though the object had been placed, tested, and removed. He examined the envelopes again. One had shifted slightly. The pencil marks along the margin were darker, with slight smudges suggesting repeated erasure and rewriting. Inside, a deposit slip bore meticulous notes and calculations, numbers crossed out and rewritten carefully, as if testing outcomes, rehearsing steps, planning ahead. The handwriting was deliberate, controlled, precise, an exercise in preparation rather than casual recording. The measuring tape lay across the workbench. The parallel abrasions along the metal edge were deeper now, more numerous. He ran a fingertip along the grooves, feeling how repeated testing had worn the metal slightly. Each mark suggested patience, methodical assessment, careful repetition, and almost deliberate documentation of handling. Near the corner, a faint impression in the dust suggested a small, rectangular object had rested there. The edges were sharp, corners defined. Small fibers clung to the corners, and the faint chemical tang lingered in the shallow groove. Whoever had placed it here had done so carefully, returned it, and repeated the action, testing, observing, recording. He stepped back and allowed his eyes to sweep the garage. Fingerprints in dust, faint chemical residues, micro scratches, frayed wires, shoe prints, impressions in cardboard and concrete, pencil marks on paper, metallic shards, all told a quiet story of intrusion. Nothing had been stolen, yet the deliberate handling, repeated probing, and careful observation suggested intent. Someone had been here methodically, purposefully, quietly preparing, studying, assessing. He crouched near the garage door track, fingertips brushing the concrete. Tiny scratches, faint graphite smudges, shallow depressions indicated repeated contact with tools or objects. Each mark was measured, deliberate, patient, part of a broader, slow pattern of observation. He straightened, notebook in hand, exhaling slowly. Outside, the ordinary sounds of life continued. Distant traffic, birds, a neighbor shutting a gate. Inside, the garage remained still but heavy with subtle evidence of human presence. Each fiber, scratch, smudge, and residue whispered intent. Careful, patient, deliberate. Nothing had been overtly taken, but the traces suggested preparation, planning, and the slow, deliberate unfolding of something yet unseen. A faint click from the garage door opener echoed softly as he closed the door behind him. The sound seemed louder than usual, resonating against the quiet air. He paused, listening. The space now felt almost alive with the residue of repeated presence, traces of observation, assessment, and methodical intent that had not yet manifested in action. The story of the intrusion was unfolding in whispers, in the faintest marks, in textures, smells, and subtle disturbances that spoke louder than any overt act of theft. He returned to the garage late that afternoon, the lights softening as the sun dipped toward the horizon. Dust hung thick in the still air, swaying slightly with the faint stir of a breeze through the half-open window. The metallic chemical tang was stronger near the workbench, and for a moment he inhaled it deliberately, letting it anchor him to the details he had learned to notice. He crouched by the pegboard. The coil of wire had shifted again, subtly, its end bent in a slight new angle, abrasions along the insulation sharper and more defined. He flexed it gently, noticing the way the scratches altered the tension in the wire. Someone had handled it carefully, repeatedly, studying it without haste, returning it to its place with precision. There was intent in the smallness of the act. Near the shelves, the cardboard box revealed further traces. Dust had swirled across the top edges in fine arcs, and the rectangular impressions beneath it had become more defined. The edges were crisp, the corners slightly compressed, and tiny black fibers clung stubbornly to the concrete. A faint chemical tang lingered in the impression. He pressed lightly on the dust, feeling the imprint of something dense, heavy enough to leave a trace but handled lightly. He imagined the careful, repeated placements, each one deliberate, unhurried. At the workbench, a tiny metallic shard rested near a tray edge. Picking it up, he examined it closely. The edge was irregular, darkened, a fragment of a previous cut or test. Whoever had left it had been meticulous, almost surgical in the handling of tools, leaving minute evidence behind, almost as if to test whether anyone would notice. He crouched near the garage door once more. The larger shoe print remained, and alongside it, the smaller, secondary print was more visible. He traced it with a fingertip, feeling the careful placement, the shallow pressure, the direction of movement. Whoever had been here had considered each step, observing, testing, retreating with minimal disturbance. The garage door opener seam bore fresh scratches, fine but deliberate, with graphite smudges along the edge. Pressing lightly, he felt the subtle flex in the mechanism, evidence of repeated testing, probing, and observation. The marks were quiet, precise, methodical, a study rather than an attempt to force entry. Near the floor, a faint linear depression in the dust caught his eye. Kneeling, he traced it with his finger. The trail suggested a narrow object dragged lightly across the concrete. Dust particles clung along the path, black synthetic fibers caught in the edges. A faint chemical tang concentrated along the line, sharp and deliberate. Someone had moved carefully through the space, measuring, testing, leaving almost nothing but enough traces for an attentive observer to notice. The envelopes on the shelf held new evidence. One had shifted, the pencil markings along the margin darker and more deliberate. He lifted it carefully, noting the deposit slip inside with meticulous notes, numbers crossed out, recalculated, rewritten. The handwriting was controlled, precise, planning, preparation, careful rehearsal. It was not hurried or casual. The measuring tape lay across the workbench, its edges worn by repeated contact. He ran a fingertip along the parallel abrasions in the metal, feeling the microgrooves. Each mark suggested methodical assessment, repeated experimentation, patient study. Near the corner of the garage, a faint impression in the dust indicated a small, rectangular object had rested there. The edges were sharp, corners defined. Fibers clung to the corners, and a faint chemical tang lingered in the groove. It had been placed, examined, removed, and replaced, quiet, repeated handling that suggested testing, observation, planning. He stood and let his gaze sweep across the garage. Fingerprints in dust, faint chemical residues, micro scratches, frayed wires, shoe prints, impressions in concrete and cardboard, pencil marks on paper, metallic shards, all whispered a story of intrusion. Nothing had been stolen yet, nothing overt, but the deliberate handling, repeated probing, and careful observation suggested intent. Someone had been here purposefully, quietly preparing, assessing, studying. He crouched near the garage door track, brushing his fingertips along the concrete. Tiny scratches, graphite smudges, and shallow depressions indicated repeated contact with a tool or object, measured and precise. The intrusion's pattern was slow, deliberate, careful. He straightened, notebook in hand, exhaling. The street outside continued its ordinary hum, but inside, the garage remained charged with subtle evidence of human presence. Every fiber, scratch, smudge, and residue spoke of careful intent, patient preparation, and quiet observation. Nothing had been taken yet, but the traces suggested preparation, planning, and the gradual unfolding of a story still hidden, waiting to be read in the faintest details, in textures, smells, and shadows. A slight creak from the garage door echoed faintly as he closed it behind him. The sound lingered in the quiet air, resonating against the stillness. The space now seemed almost alive with its residual presence. Traces of observation, assessment, and meticulous intent that had yet to manifest fully. Subtle reminders that someone had been here, quietly, deliberately, methodically, and might return again. The next morning, he arrived earlier than usual, the air still cool and still, carrying the faint, metallic chemical tang he had come to recognize. Light slanted across the garage floor, catching every minute imperfection and displacement in the dust. He moved slowly, deliberately, letting his eyes sweep the familiar surfaces once more, retracing the impressions and marks he had been documenting. He crouched by the workbench and noticed something new, a small piece of paper tucked beneath the edge of the measuring tape. The handwriting was familiar, not his own, and neat, precise, the same meticulous style as the annotations on the deposit slip. He picked it up and examined it closely. The numbers were calculations, but they were not random. They corresponded to values he recognized from the online ledger of a local tool supply company, a company he had dealt with recently. He paused, letting that sink in. Someone had been studying his tools, yes, but not just his garage. The careful tracking of weights, measures, and small adjustments suggested preparation, rehearsal. He flipped the paper over and noticed faint smudges of graphite, almost invisible, but aligned in the same direction as the abrasion marks on the metal edge of the measuring tape. Someone had been cross-referencing his equipment with calculations, planning an acquisition. He moved toward the shelves and lifted the cardboard box again. Beneath it, the rectangular impressions in the dust revealed subtle differences from previous visits. One was deeper, edged with a faint residue of black synthetic fiber. He leaned closer and saw a tiny scratch along the floor, running parallel to the box's long side. It aligned perfectly with the marks he had observed on the measuring tape and wire. The intruder had been testing, measuring, imagining the weight and fit of objects in this space. He stepped back and thought about the envelopes with pencil calculations. Cross-referencing the numbers with his own supply receipts, a pattern emerged. The slips and notations were identical to amounts he had recently paid for certain items. Whoever had been here had been following his transactions quietly, reconstructing quantities, prices, and timing. The intention was no longer abstract. It was deliberate. They had been observing his routines to anticipate what could be taken or perhaps duplicated without alerting him. He glanced toward the garage door opener and the seam scratches. The pattern was no longer random. Combined with the shoe prints, the fiber traces, the subtle chemical tangs, it all pointed to a single, careful individual. Someone methodical, precise, capable of leaving behind only the smallest traces, yet attentive to every detail. His mind turned over the people he had interacted with recently, those who had access to his garage, the local handyman who had helped install a shelf a few weeks ago, the neighbor who had a key for emergencies, and the delivery man who occasionally handled tools for drop-offs. He crouched near the floor again, running a finger along the faint linear depression in the dust. The dragging mark, the fibers, the chemical tang, all suggested a single person working slowly, repeatedly, testing and observing without hurry. And the handwriting on the paper, so precise and consistent with the deposit slip, was familiar enough now for him to place it in memory. The neighbor, the one who had offered assistance frequently, who had praised his organization and meticulousness. Someone who had observed patiently over weeks, noting times, tools, and habits, quietly rehearsing each movement in the garage. He leaned back against the wall, exhaling slowly. It was not a sensational discovery. There had been no dramatic confrontation, no forced entry. The crime had been slow, deliberate, quiet. Observation, testing, rehearsal, planning. Motive revealed itself in the accumulation of subtle details, access, familiarity, and perhaps a desire for tools or supplies without the inconvenience of purchase. He looked around the garage again. Fingerprints, fibers, impressions, scratches, pencil marks, metallic shards, all made sense now, part of a consistent pattern of methodical preparation. Each small detail confirmed the same conclusion. This had been the work of someone he knew, someone who had quietly studied him, learning the rhythms of his garage, the weight of his tools, the movement of his hands, and the habits of his mornings. He closed the garage door slowly, listening to the faint click echoing against the still air. Outside, the street carried its normal hum, but inside, the traces of careful intrusion lay exposed, fully comprehensible now. Nothing had been stolen, yet the pattern of intent had been made clear. He walked back through the driveway, notebook in hand, reviewing every mark, every impression, every subtle alteration. The motive was not malicious in the dramatic sense. It was practical, measured, almost ordinary in its logic. Someone had planned, observed, prepared, but had stopped short or been interrupted, leaving the garage intact. The evidence, once obscure and scattered, now coalesced into a single, coherent story. Patient intrusion, deliberate assessment, calculated intent, and the quiet realization that someone close had been studying his routines all along. He paused at the gate, feeling the cool evening air brush against his face. The garage behind him held its secrets, but he understood them now. Each detail, each subtle disturbance, had revealed its purpose. And though the act had not yet culminated in theft or overt crime, the clarity of the intruder's identity and motive settled over him quietly, a calm, reflective understanding that made the residual tension easier to bear. The streetlights flickered on, casting long shadows across the driveway. He made a mental note of every trace, fiber, footprint, pencil mark, shard, and considered the next steps, not in confrontation, but in careful planning, observation, and prevention. The mystery had not ended with drama or violence. It had resolved in recognition, in the quiet revelation of intent, and in the meticulous linking of small, deliberate traces into a clear understanding of who had been here and why. Case 3. A man received a notification from his bank about a small purchase late at night. The amount wasn't enough to worry him at first, but the location attached to it felt off. It showed as processed from a place he hadn't visited in years. He set the phone down on the kitchen counter, the soft hum of the refrigerator filling the silence. The notification glowed faintly on the screen, a small rectangle of white against the dimness of his apartment. $42.73. A cafe he hadn't stepped into in nearly 5 years. He rubbed his temples, feeling the faint tingle of unease that often accompanied minor surprises late at night. The first thought was convenience, or perhaps a simple mistake. Maybe a friend had used an old card number, but no one close to him had his card. He was certain of that. The scent of the coffee he'd brewed earlier lingered faintly in the room, sharp and bitter, mingling with the musty undertones of his apartment. His eyes drifted to the calendar on the wall, the paper curling slightly at the corners. He tried to place the last time he'd been near that cafe. It had been months, maybe even years, and yet here was his card being charged there in the middle of the night. He opened his laptop and logged into his bank account, fingers brushing lightly over the keys. The transaction details showed only the merchant name and the timestamp. Nothing overtly suspicious, no repeated charges, no immediate alerts. Still, something about the coordinates tugged at his memory. That block had changed over the years. New businesses had moved in, and he knew the neighborhood well enough to remember its subtle shifts. The cracked brick sidewalks, the faint odor of exhaust mixed with bakery bread that drifted from the corner shop at dawn. He took a small notebook from the shelf and wrote down the date, the amount, and the location. A habit he'd picked up years ago from reading old newspaper accounts of fraud investigations. Keeping details and handwriting often made them feel more tangible, more controllable. The ink smelled faintly metallic, a subtle sharpness that grounded him in the quiet act of noting things down. There was a knock at the door. He froze, listening. Another soft knock, deliberate, polite. He peered through the peephole, but saw nothing. Just the dark hallway, the carpet's fibers matted from years of foot traffic. His apartment building had that faint smell of damp paint and cleaning solution, a mixture that somehow made him feel both safe and slightly claustrophobic. He returned to the laptop. Maybe the card had been skimmed somewhere, he thought. Perhaps the cafe itself had outdated payment systems, or maybe it was a random online charge being routed through their merchant ID. He started looking at the cafe's contact information, trying to see if they'd been associated with any complaints online. Nothing immediately surfaced, just reviews praising the coffee and the pastries. Still, the nagging sensation of wrongness lingered, subtle and persistent, like the faint vibration of a phone left on a counter just out of reach. The next morning, he went through his wallet carefully, noticing small abrasions on the edge of his card, tiny scratches almost invisible unless the light hit them just right. A habit of inspecting personal items for damage had always kept him attentive to the small details others missed. He lined the cards on the table and compared them, noting a slight difference in color at the magnetic strip of his debit card. Could it have been copied? He couldn't be certain, but the thought settled in his chest like a small stone, immovable and cold. Later, walking past the neighborhood where the cafe was located, he took in the environment with more attention than usual. The streets were quiet, the early morning light falling in pale angles across the cracked pavement. The cafe sat tucked between a laundromat and a bookstore, its glass front reflecting the street in a way that seemed ordinary, almost reassuring. Yet, when he paused by the door, he noticed a faint smudge on the handle, darkened in a way that suggested repeated contact. It was trivial, but it registered. He had no memory of touching it. He wandered further down the block, letting his eyes trace the small details. A faded parking sign with letters peeling away, the scent of roasted coffee beans mingling with the sharp tang of motor oil from a nearby garage. A piece of folded paper caught his eye on the sidewalk. He picked it up, noting the faint grease stains and the corners creased as if it had been handled repeatedly. On it was a hastily scrawled list, numbers and initials, no names. The ink was smudged, but the pressure of the pen suggested urgency. Back at his apartment, he placed the paper beside the notebook and stared at the faint marks. None of it was conclusive, nothing that could prove wrongdoing, but together the pieces pressed gently against his mind. A charge in the dead of night, an old location, scratches on his card, a smudge on a door handle, a cryptic note, quiet signals, almost imperceptible, but insistent. He brewed another cup of coffee and listened to the hum of the refrigerator, the faint tick of the clock on the wall, and the soft rustle of papers from a neighbor shifting in their apartment. The day stretched lazily outside his window, sunlight glinting on the edge of the notebook where his observations now clustered. And though nothing overt had happened yet, the sense of intrusion lingered, subtle but persistent, like the soft brush of a shadow against the edge of perception. He didn't know it yet, but the transaction was only the first visible ripple of a quiet, calculated sequence. Someone had tested a line, moved cautiously, and left barely a trace. The ordinary world of receipts and notes, of slightly misplaced familiarity, was beginning to reveal the faint outlines of intent. And he, in his measured way, had begun to notice. Each night afterward, he found himself revisiting the details, the faint taste of ink in the notebook, the smell of coffee that somehow always accompanied these thoughts, the way the city sounded just before dawn. Every observation was small, almost negligible, but together they formed a pattern, a slow, creeping awareness that something unseen was moving through his life, quietly, deliberately, and with a purpose he had not yet fully understood. The criminal, if there was one, had been careful, methodical, invisible in plain sight, and in the calm of his apartment, amidst the small, ordinary details of daily life, he began piecing together a map of subtle disruptions, tiny disturbances that suggested a mind at work just beyond his perception. He closed the notebook with a soft thud and leaned back in his chair. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees along the sidewalk, carrying the faint smell of damp earth. The ordinary world felt slightly altered now, touched at its edges by something quiet, deliberate, and watchful. And as he sipped the last of his coffee, he realized that understanding it fully would take time. Careful, patient observation, the kind that noticed the smallest marks, the faintest sounds, and the quietest traces of human intent. The case, he knew, was only beginning. The next morning, he returned to the cafe district, moving slowly, deliberately, letting his eyes trace the familiar streets as if mapping them anew. The sunlight was pale and diffuse, washing over the worn pavement in a way that softened the sharp edges of the sidewalks and the streaks of oil near the curb. He noticed how the metal edge of a street sign caught the light, tiny flecks of rust forming along the base, like a quiet record of years passing unnoticed. He stopped at a newsstand that had been there for as long as he could remember. Its wooden frame was weathered, the paint peeling in thin vertical lines. He ran his fingers over the smooth, cool surface, noting the faint smell of ink and paper mingled with the dusty odor of the city. He glanced at the daily papers, scanning headlines for anything unusual, anything that might hint at petty crimes in the area. Nothing concrete, but there was a small report tucked into the back about a series of minor credit card fraud incidents in nearby neighborhoods. The details were vague, merchants affected, small amounts, charges occurring in the late hours. He folded the paper carefully and slipped it into his jacket pocket. The sound of the pages crinkling was sharp in the quiet morning. As he moved on, he noticed a series of small scratches on the windows of a local boutique. They were almost imperceptible, running along the lower pane, and in the diffuse light, they seemed accidental at first glance. Yet their pattern suggested repeated contact, perhaps from an object being swiped along the glass. He crouched briefly, tracing one mark with the tip of his finger. The surface felt smooth except for the subtle ridges where the scratches had disrupted the finish. His attention drifted to the alley beside the cafe, narrow and partially hidden. The concrete was mottled with oil stains and damp patches, a faint smell of mildew lingering in the air. A discarded receipt lay on the ground, edges curling, faintly sticky with a residue he couldn't place. The print was smudged, but he could make out part of a transaction, $18.42. The location was another shop he hadn't visited in years, not far from the cafe. He picked it up carefully, turning it over in his hands, noting the rough texture of the paper and the subtle indentation of the printing. It felt significant, though he couldn't yet articulate why. He continued along the block, eyes scanning the corners and edges. The surfaces brushed past daily, but rarely noticed. A handrail leading into a side entrance of the cafe had a faint layer of dirt along its top, but one section was cleaner, as if someone had gripped it repeatedly. He pressed his fingers lightly against the cold metal, tracing the outline of tiny smudges. The pattern was deliberate, suggesting repeated use, though not by anyone he knew. Inside the cafe, he ordered a coffee, the familiar aroma of roasted beans enveloping him. The floorboards creaked softly beneath his weight, worn smooth from years of foot traffic. He noted the cashier's hands, moving efficiently over the register. He didn't recognize her, but there was a small post-it on the counter with a sequence of numbers scribbled in pencil. He caught a glimpse of the handwriting, neat, precise, slightly slanted, and it lingered in his mind as he sipped his drink. Leaving the cafe, he walked past a parked car with a cracked windshield. The spiderweb pattern of damage was faintly dusty, the cracks catching the light like fractured glass on a shallow pond. A small business card had been wedged beneath the windshield wiper. He picked it up, noting the fingerprints on its edge, faint and smudged. The card advertised a local repair service, but he couldn't shake the feeling it had been placed deliberately, a minor intrusion into the otherwise ordinary arrangement of the street. Later that evening, back in his apartment, he spread out his findings: receipts, scraps of paper, the business card. The faint smell of coffee still lingered, mingling with the metallic tang of ink on paper. He traced the edges of the receipts with his fingers, noting small creases, tiny indentations where someone, had pressed firmly. The details were innocuous in isolation, but together they suggested careful attention, a pattern that was deliberate rather than random. He began jotting observations in the notebook again, careful to describe textures, smells, and sights as well as the dates, locations, and amounts. Each entry seemed to form a map of minor disturbances, subtle manipulations of ordinary objects that most people would overlook. Yet in his mind, a pattern was emerging, faint but persistent. Someone was testing boundaries, moving quietly through everyday life, leaving almost invisible marks. He leaned back in his chair, listening to the soft hum of the refrigerator and the distant murmur of traffic. The apartment felt calm, ordinary, yet tinged with the awareness of an unseen presence, deliberate and methodical. Each observation, Each small trace was a thread leading him closer to understanding, but he didn't yet know what the full picture would reveal. He rubbed his eyes and let the notebook rest in his lap. The ordinary sounds of the evening, the soft scrape of a neighbor's chair, the faint hiss of a radiator, took on a sharper clarity. The city, in its quiet way, was revealing secrets in textures, shadows, and subtle anomalies. And he, patient and observant, had begun to see the outline of a quiet crime unfolding, layer by layer, hidden in plain sight. The notes, the receipts, the smudges, the faintly pressed numbers, they were all whispers of intent. Not violent, not immediate, but precise, calculated, and undetected by anyone who hadn't paused long enough to notice. He sensed that understanding this would take time, careful, deliberate study of the patterns forming in these ordinary spaces. The crime, he realized, was subtle, hidden, and moving slowly, like a shadow brushing against the edge of familiarity. And in that quiet apartment, he allowed himself a cautious thought. The ordinary world was never as ordinary as it seemed, and perhaps neither were the people moving quietly through it. The following morning, he left his apartment before the sun fully cleared the horizon. The streets were quiet, damp from an early mist that clung to the pavement in thin, glistening sheets. Each step echoed faintly, absorbed by the wet asphalt and the occasional rustle of leaves. He had made a habit of walking the same route he had taken the day before, this time moving slowly, observing every detail as though the city itself had something to reveal. Passing the cafe again, he noticed the faint scuff marks on the edge of the doorway where the metal met the brick. The pattern seemed more deliberate than accidental, consistent with the smudge he had observed the previous day. He crouched for a closer look, running a fingertip along the faint residue. It was dry and slightly gritty, like dust mixed with fine coffee grounds. The touch left a faint smear on his finger, a subtle reminder that someone had been there, handling the door repeatedly, perhaps unconsciously leaving a trail. He wandered toward the small park at the end of the block, letting the mist curl around his ankles and dampen the tips of his shoes. The air smelled faintly of wet earth and faint smoke drifting from a distant chimney. On a bench beneath a low-hanging tree, he spotted a folded receipt partially tucked into a crack between the wooden slats. The paper was soft from moisture, and the ink had blurred slightly, but the numbers were legible. A charge at a nearby convenience store, just after midnight the night before. He picked it up carefully, noting the faint grease stains along the edges, and tucked it into his coat pocket beside the notebook. At the edge of the park, a series of small footprints had pressed lightly into the damp soil, leading toward a narrow alley. The impressions were shallow, hurried, and indistinct, but they suggested movement in the hours when most people were asleep. He traced them with his eyes, noting the slight variations in pressure and the way the soil had been disturbed, as though someone had shifted weight repeatedly while moving. The footprints disappeared near the alley entrance, where the concrete was smooth and slick with condensation. A faint metallic tang hung in the air. He paused, inhaling slowly. It reminded him of the faint scratches he had noticed on his card earlier, and the subtle abrasions along the cafe's door handle. The scent was not strong enough to identify definitively, but it lingered in his mind, connecting these small observations into a web of subtle disturbances. Later, he entered a local library, a quiet refuge where the faint scent of old paper mixed with polished wood and mild disinfectant. He scanned the microfiche catalog, seeking old permits or complaints related to the neighborhood businesses. The screen flickered as he searched, and a soft electrical hum filled the otherwise silent room. He found a minor record, a complaint filed by a small shop owner about unauthorized charges processed through their merchant account, occurring sporadically in the late hours. No names, no arrests, just a brief note and a date range. He made a careful note of it, handwriting slow and deliberate. The graphite of the pencil left faint smudges on the paper, the friction against the notebook's surface oddly satisfying. He could almost feel the rhythm of the person responsible moving through these spaces, touching doors, cards, and counters in a quiet, deliberate manner. Each mark, each minor disruption, was part of a sequence he was only beginning to understand. Outside the library, he walked along a narrow side street, the brick walls damp with mist, the faint smell of exhaust clinging to the air. He noticed a strip of tape peeling along a utility box, the edges curled and dirted. When he ran a fingertip along it, he found an underlying scratch in the paint, almost imperceptible, suggesting someone had pried it open briefly. He couldn't know what had been inside, but the tactile evidence hinted at quiet manipulation, unseen but deliberate. That evening, back in his apartment, he spread the collection of receipts, notes, and found objects across the desk. He moved each item carefully, feeling the subtle textures, the soft paper of receipts, the slight roughness of smudged ink, the cold smoothness of a discarded card. He traced lines connecting locations and times, small charges at odd hours, subtle marks on doors, faint disturbances in soil and tape. The pattern was not yet complete, but he could feel it forming. A methodical, cautious presence had moved through ordinary spaces, leaving just enough evidence to notice if one looked closely. He sipped a lukewarm cup of coffee, the aroma faint but grounding, and listened to the quiet hum of his apartment. Every creak of the floorboards, every soft sigh of the wind against the windows seemed heightened in significance. He paused to consider the receipts from the park bench and convenience store. The amounts were small, almost inconsequential, but their timing, in the dead hours, suggested an experiment, a probing for vulnerability. The scratches, the smudges, the faint metallic scent, they were all part of a sequence, a subtle intrusion designed to go unnoticed by most. He realized he was beginning to see the shape of intent, not reckless, not impulsive, but careful and deliberate, almost invisible in the ordinary rhythm of daily life. The quiet intrusion was like a whisper in the dark, and he was learning to hear it. Night settled over the city, fog curling around streetlights and darkened windows. He left the notes spread across his desk, open and illuminated by the soft glow of a desk lamp. Each piece of evidence felt alive, a quiet pulse beneath the surface of the mundane. And though he had yet to fully understand the person behind it, he knew one thing with a growing certainty. Someone had begun to move through his world, leaving faint, deliberate traces, and he was paying attention. The calm of his apartment was deceptive. Outside, the city breathed with a hidden rhythm, and in the quiet, ordinary details, the textures, smells, and faint disturbances, he could sense a deliberate, watchful presence. The investigation was just beginning, but he was patient, observant, and attuned to the small, almost imperceptible clues that most people would never notice. Even as he closed the notebook and leaned back in the chair, the faintest tension lingered. Every ordinary surface, every common street, held potential evidence. The small crimes, the quiet intrusions, were moving like shadows through the everyday world, and he was following them, carefully, deliberately, step by step. The next morning, he left the apartment later than usual, letting the sunlight wash over the city streets with a muted, diffused glow. The air was cool, with the faint scent of damp pavement and early blooms from a neighbor's window boxes. He had begun to notice small details, the kind of things most people passed by without thought. A loose brick in a sidewalk, a faint streak of dirt across a handrail, the subtle unevenness of a curb where someone had apparently shifted weight repeatedly. Each detail felt like a word in a language he was only beginning to understand. He stopped at a small laundromat 2 blocks from the cafe, the place whose late-night transactions had appeared on the receipts he had found. The neon sign flickered softly, casting an intermittent pink glow over the wet sidewalk. Inside, the faint smell of detergent and fabric softener lingered in the air, mingling with the soft mechanical hum of washers and dryers. He moved slowly, watching the rows of machines and the sparse customers, noting the way a broom had been left resting at an angle against the wall. Its position suggested a hasty placement, a careless hand, or perhaps an unobserved intrusion. On a narrow ledge by the change machine, he noticed a small scrap of paper, its edges frayed and faintly sticky. He picked it up, feeling the subtle texture of old ink and the faint impression of numbers written lightly in pencil. The paper had no obvious meaning at first glance, just digits and symbols, but the weight of it felt deliberate. Someone had left it there, intentionally or accidentally, but in a place only an observant person would notice. Later, walking along the alley between the cafe and the convenience store, he found something else, a discarded wrapper, crumpled and damp from the mist. There were faint fingerprints on it, almost imperceptible smudges pressed into the folds of the paper. He ran a fingertip along the crease, noting the difference in texture, the subtle shift from dry paper to the faint stickiness left by touch. It was minor, trivial even, but it connected in his mind to the receipts, the smudges, the scratches on the cafe door handle. The alley carried a faint odor of exhaust and something metallic, a scent that reminded him of the abrasion on his own card, the subtle, almost chemical smell of friction. He paused to inhale slowly, cataloging the sensation. The evidence wasn't dramatic, no broken locks, no overt theft, but it hinted at presence, movement, and tension. He could almost feel the careful hands that had traced these paths, touching surfaces lightly, deliberately, leaving traces small enough to be dismissed, yet real. Returning to his apartment, he laid out the scraps of paper, the receipts, and the small found objects across the desk. The faint smell of old ink and lingering coffee mingled with the metallic tang that had begun to intrude on his awareness, subtle and unsettling. He drew lines between locations, times, and items, watching as a tentative map of movement and minor disruption emerged. The evidence was fragmentary, almost invisible, but together it began to suggest a slow, calculated presence threading its way through the everyday cityscape. That evening, as he sorted through the notebook and the small collection of found objects, he noticed a pattern in the handwriting on the various scraps, slight pressure marks, consistent slant, tiny, precise flourishes on numbers that were unnecessary for the purpose of recording. The handwriting was careful, deliberate, practiced. Someone was taking measures, leaving notes, moving in a way that was measured and considered, almost cautious. A knock on the door startled him slightly, though he didn't look through the peephole. There was no one there when he opened it, just the quiet hum of the hallway, the faint smell of cleaning solution lingering in the air. He touched the door handle, noticing a faint residue, slightly different from the rest of the metal surface. Someone had been there, he thought, perhaps testing the apartment, observing, brushing against ordinary surfaces in a way meant to go unnoticed. He began to keep a careful log of small details he might otherwise have ignored. The angle of a bent street sign, the scuff marks along the edge of a cafe doorway, the subtle shifts in the dust on a counter. Each observation was minor, seemingly inconsequential, but together they suggested attention, intent, and a deliberate probing of boundaries. The following day, he returned to the convenience store, ordering a single item and letting his gaze wander. The cashier moved efficiently, and the faint smell of coffee and cleaning solution mixed in the air. On the counter, tucked slightly beneath the register, he noticed another scrap of paper, numbers written faintly in pencil, smudged at the edges. He picked it up carefully, noting the weight, the texture, the slight indentation of repeated pressure. It was the same pattern as the other papers, a subtle signature of methodical movement. Back in his apartment, he spread all the receipts, notes, and scraps across the desk once more. The city outside had grown quiet, the wind rustling faintly against the window, carrying the faint metallic tang he had begun to associate with the intrusions. The coffee in his cup had cooled, the aroma faint but grounding. He traced his fingers over the papers, noticing creases, smudges, impressions, all minor details that, together, painted a picture of cautious intrusion. Every observation led to another. The faint marks, the soft impressions, the timing of charges, small, deliberate signs that someone was moving quietly through ordinary spaces. Not recklessly, not with violence, but with attention, planning, and subtle intent. The criminal, he realized, was not someone seeking notoriety, but someone methodical, almost invisible, leaving only the smallest traces for those patient enough to notice. He closed the notebook, the pencil resting lightly on the page. The apartment was silent, except for the soft hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the floorboards. He felt a slow, measured tension settle over him. Not fear, exactly, but a quiet awareness that something unseen was moving through the familiar world, touching ordinary objects, leaving invisible trails. And as he sat back, the faint aroma of coffee and ink lingering in the air, he understood that the investigation was only beginning. The evidence was subtle, hidden in textures, sounds, and smells, but it was real. The presence of someone deliberate, cautious, and unseen was there, threading its way through ordinary life, and he was following it, patiently, observing every faint trace. The calm of his apartment felt almost fragile now, layered over a quiet tension that seemed to hum beneath the surface of ordinary existence. The case was growing, slowly, imperceptibly, and he was ready to notice everything, from the faintest smudge on a door handle to the softest scrape of paper against concrete. The quiet crime had begun, and he was learning to watch its subtle, deliberate rhythm. The next morning, he stepped out with a deliberate slowness, letting his eyes roam the streets that had begun to feel unusually layered, each ordinary object seeming to carry more information than it should. The mist hung lightly over the pavement, blending the faint smell of wet asphalt with the distant aroma of baked bread from a corner shop. He paused at the curb, watching a puddle ripple slightly as a car passed, and noticed the faint reflection of a business card tucked against a rain-soaked newspaper. He picked it up, the paper damp and fragile, edges curling where it had absorbed moisture. The ink was smudged but not illegible, an address not far from the cafe. Something about the typeface seemed deliberate, almost too clean to be coincidental. He slid it into the notebook, letting the faint smell of ink and rain mingle with the subtle metallic tang that had begun to linger in his awareness. Each small detail, the moisture, the faint abrasions along the edge of the card, hinted at handling, intentional movement, the quiet presence of someone unseen. As he continued along the alley connecting the cafe and the convenience store, he noticed a faint smudge on the wall, low enough to brush a hand against if one were passing quickly. The texture was dry and slightly gritty, inconsistent with the surrounding brick. He crouched to examine it closer, feeling the roughness of the bricks and the faint stickiness of the smudge. He couldn't tell whether it was dirt or some residue left behind by a hurried hand, but it registered as deliberate, an unintentional signature of someone else's presence. He wandered toward a small stationery shop, a place he had passed dozens of times without thinking. Inside, the faint scent of paper and glue was familiar, comforting even. On the counter, tucked beneath a stack of envelopes, he noticed a folded receipt, yellowed at the edges. The handwriting on it matched the faint pencil impressions he had seen elsewhere, numbers neatly aligned, slight indentations suggesting a careful hand. He ran a fingertip over the paper, feeling the subtle ridges and grooves. Nothing overt, no crime in itself. Yet the accumulation of these small marks began to form a quiet map of movement, of careful probing. Walking back through the park, he found a leaf caught in a corner of a bench. It seemed insignificant, but as he picked it up, he noticed an indentation pressed into its surface. Faint letters, partially erased by dampness, possibly transferred from a note or receipt. The leaf was crinkled and fragile, yet the imprint carried a faint, deliberate pressure, like a whispered trace of someone's passing. He placed it carefully in the notebook, alongside the receipts, business cards, and smudged papers. Back at the apartment, he spread the accumulated items across the desk, arranging them in a loose chronological order. The metallic tang he had noticed outside seemed slightly stronger here, though faint, almost imperceptible. He closed his eyes and inhaled slowly, cataloging it alongside the textures of paper, the subtle smudges on receipts, the faint abrasions on door handles, the impressions on leaves. Each detail was minor on its own, but together they suggested intention, movement, and awareness, someone tracing the lines of ordinary life with quiet care. He recalled the business card in the rain-soaked puddle, the faint scratches on the cafe door handle, the grease-stained receipts from the park bench and convenience store, and the tape peeling from the utility box. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a series of small, carefully placed disturbances, each almost invisible but connected through subtle tactile or temporal markers. Someone had been moving quietly through the neighborhood, leaving traces designed to be noticed only by a patient observer. That evening, he revisited the cafe once more, lingering near the back entrance where a narrow alley led toward the street behind it. The smell of roasting beans and faint detergent from the nearby laundromat mingled in the cool air. He noticed the faint scuff marks along the threshold of the door, slightly more pronounced than before. Running a fingertip along them, he felt the roughness of dried residue, the subtle inconsistency of texture against the smooth wood. Again, the marks seemed deliberate, placed by someone who had moved carefully, almost cautiously, through familiar spaces. On the ground nearby, half hidden beneath the shadow of a fire escape, he spotted a small scrap of pencil-marked paper. He picked it up, the faint graphite lines pressing into his fingertips. Numbers and letters jumbled together, faintly smudged as if handled repeatedly. It suggested planning or record-keeping, not random scribbles, a minor document of methodical movement. He tucked it into his notebook next to the leaf and the receipts. Returning to his apartment, he traced connections across the desk: cafe door handle smudges, receipts with late-night charges, scraps of paper, faintly marked leaves, business cards left in unnoticed corners. Each element alone was inconsequential, almost mundane, yet together they hinted at a presence threading through ordinary life, deliberate and measured. The traces were quiet, but he could feel a pattern, the rhythm of someone probing, testing boundaries, leaving minor disruptions for the observant to notice. He sat back, listening to the faint hum of the city through the closed windows, the occasional rustle of the radiator, the soft tick of the wall clock. The apartment, calm and familiar, now carried a subtle tension, a sense of deliberate intrusion, careful but deliberate. The evidence was fragmented, almost imperceptible, yet it persisted, accumulating like sediment over time. The night drew on, the air still and cool, carrying the faint metallic tang he had begun to associate with these minor disturbances. Each texture, smell, and sound, paper, ink, metal, damp pavement, added another layer to a quiet, methodical investigation that was only beginning. The intrusions were subtle, invisible to most, yet deliberate and measured, hinting at the slow, careful work of someone moving through spaces without detection. He closed the notebook lightly, pressing a fingertip along the indentations of pencil marks, the slight ridges of receipts, and the faint smudges on business cards. The quiet crime threaded its way through ordinary life, leaving only traces small enough to go unnoticed, but significant enough to form a map if observed with care. And as he leaned back, sipping his now cold coffee, he realized the pattern was still incomplete, but the rhythm of it, the deliberate care, and the faint, tangible evidence of intent were undeniable. The investigation was growing, slowly, carefully, and he was learning to follow it, one small, quiet detail at a time. The following morning, he left his apartment with the notebook tucked carefully under his arm, the collected scraps of paper and receipts pressed against the cover. The streets were quiet, the early light soft, diffused through low-hanging clouds. Damp patches darkened the sidewalks, and the faint smell of wet leaves and city exhaust mixed in the air. His eyes moved slowly, deliberately, scanning edges and surfaces that normally went unnoticed. He paused at the corner near the laundromat and cafe. The faint scuff marks on the cafe door, the slightly worn threshold, caught his attention again. The residue along the handle was faint, dry, and grainy, but it remained consistent with the subtle smudge he had felt the day before. He pressed a fingertip gently against it, noting how the texture differed from the surrounding wood, like a faint fingerprint left by repeated, careful contact. A soft hum from a distant car broke the stillness, and for a moment, he focused on nothing but the sensation of the smudge beneath his skin. Walking further down the alley toward the convenience store, he noticed the faint indentation of footprints in the damp soil, shallow, hurried, and irregular. They were barely perceptible, yet the pattern suggested someone moving quickly but carefully, aware of the surfaces underfoot. He crouched low, running his fingers over the impressions, feeling the slight shifts in moisture, the way the soil had compressed under weight. The traces were ephemeral, almost invisible, but persistent enough to indicate movement, deliberate and quiet. Near a fire escape, he found a small scrap of paper wedged between the iron bars and the brick wall. The edges were frayed, dampened slightly by morning mist. He picked it up, feeling the texture of the thin, worn paper beneath his fingertips. Faint pencil marks pressed into the surface, lines and numbers arranged almost geometrically, suggesting calculation rather than randomness. He traced them carefully, noting smudges at the edges, the faint residue of repeated handling. The pattern was quiet, subtle, but deliberate. Later, he entered a small bookstore tucked between the laundromat and a dry cleaner. The scent of old paper and varnished wood was sharp, almost tactile. On a shelf near the register, he noticed a folded receipt partially hidden beneath a stack of postcards. Its edges were creased, ink slightly blurred from moisture. The handwriting matched the faint, careful pencil impressions he had seen on other scraps. Neat, precise, slightly slanted. He ran a fingertip over the faint grooves of the paper, feeling the texture of repeated, intentional handling. Returning to the park, he examined a bench that had caught his attention before. A single leaf, trapped beneath a corner of the wooden slats, had a faint impression on its surface. He picked it up carefully, feeling the delicate indentation, faint but deliberate. Someone had pressed a small document against it, perhaps inadvertently leaving a trace while moving through the park. The tactile evidence, trivial in isolation, now resonated with the other minor disturbances he had observed. Door handle smudges, receipts, scraps of paper, footprints. Back in his apartment, he arranged the growing collection across the desk. The metallic tang in the air was faint but noticeable, mingling with the smell of coffee and old paper. Each item, scuffed door handles, damp receipts, pressed leaves, smudged notes, formed a quiet network of traces. He drew lines between them, mapping locations and times, small charges at odd hours, subtle manipulations of everyday objects. The pattern was emerging, deliberate and careful, though still incomplete. That evening, he walked past the cafe again, lingering near the alley behind it. The faint scent of roasting beans and detergent mingled with a subtle metallic tang. The scuff marks along the threshold seemed slightly darker in the soft light, the residue on the handle still perceptible. His attention lingered on the ground, where a crumpled, damp piece of paper had been partially concealed beneath a shadow. Picking it up, he noted faint pencil impressions, smudges, and the careful alignment of numbers, letters, and symbols, another small marker in the quiet map of movement he was constructing. Back at the apartment, he spread everything across the desk once more. The arrangement felt deliberate, a small ecosystem of evidence. Receipts, scraps, leaves, smudges, faint impressions. Each trace was minor alone, yet together they began to suggest presence, intent, and methodical observation. Someone had been moving quietly through the neighborhood, interacting with ordinary spaces in a deliberate manner, leaving small, almost imperceptible disturbances. He leaned back in his chair, listening to the hum of the city through closed windows, the soft ticking of the clock, the faint rustle of the radiator. Each sound, smell, and texture, the metallic tang, the grain of paper, the roughness of door handles, added a layer of awareness. The criminal's movements were slow, measured, and careful, almost invisible to anyone not paying attention. He traced connections with a pencil, lightly drawing lines between locations, times, and minor disturbances. Door handle smudges, faint footprints, damp receipts, pressed leaves, pencil marks. They all formed a quiet sequence. Each was trivial on its own, but collectively suggested deliberate probing, testing, and recording. The crime was not obvious or violent. It was meticulous, subtle, and methodical. The night deepened, the apartment quiet except for soft, familiar sounds. The evidence remained spread across the desk, each item a small piece of a puzzle he had yet to fully assemble. The pattern was growing, slowly revealing the rhythm of a careful, unseen presence threading its way through ordinary life. He realized he was becoming attuned to it, patient and observant, following the faint trail left in textures, smells, and subtle impressions. Even as he sipped lukewarm coffee, the faint metallic tang lingering in the air, he understood. The crime was still unfolding, deliberate and hidden. The intrusions were quiet, almost invisible, yet undeniable. Each detail, each faint mark, was a thread he could follow, if only slowly, carefully, with attention to the small, persistent traces that marked a methodical, deliberate presence in the ordinary world. And in that quiet apartment, surrounded by paper, notes, leaves, and faint smudges, he felt the slow pulse of observation, the subtle tension of a pattern emerging, one detail at a time. The investigation was far from complete, but the rhythm of the intrusion, the careful movements of someone deliberate and unseen, had begun to reveal itself in quiet, almost imperceptible ways. The morning air was cool and damp, carrying the faint smell of wet concrete and the distant tang of exhaust from cars rolling lazily down the side streets. He moved slowly, almost deliberately lingering over ordinary surfaces, the corner of a lamppost, the ledge of a shop window, the edge of a storm drain. Each patch of the city he passed now felt layered, as if the ordinary surfaces held subtle marks of presence, the faintest evidence of another human moving with quiet intent. Near the cafe, he crouched to examine the threshold once more. The scuff marks on the wood were faint but consistent, the residue along the handle rough in places and smooth in others, as though rubbed repeatedly in some deliberate pattern. He traced the grain with his fingertip, noting how the pressure varied along its length. Someone had been careful, but persistent, leaving traces that were easily dismissed unless observed closely. In the narrow alley behind the convenience store, he found a scrap of cardboard tucked under a drain pipe. It was thin and damp at one edge, the faint scent of ink and mildew mixing with the metallic tang he had begun to notice around these intrusions. On the surface were faint numbers and letters, smudged and partially erased, pressed into the cardboard as though someone had recorded something and then discarded it in a hurry. He held it lightly, feeling the subtle grooves under his finger, the faint raised impressions suggesting repeated handling. A few blocks away, a small parking lot revealed another detail he might have otherwise missed. Along the edge of a low concrete barrier, he noticed a faint line of dust disturbed in a pattern that suggested something had been dragged across it. The line was subtle, almost imperceptible unless he squatted to view it closely. The concrete felt slightly rough beneath his fingertips, granular and uneven, and the disturbed dust left a faintly tactile trail. He could not yet identify the object responsible, but it felt purposeful, deliberate, a small mark of presence in an otherwise ordinary space. Inside a neighborhood stationery store, the familiar scent of paper and glue filled the air. On the counter near the register, he spotted a folded receipt, the edges softened from moisture, ink blurred faintly along the creases. The handwriting on it was familiar, neat, deliberate, precise. A soft smudge marked the margin, suggesting it had been handled with care but also urgency. He traced the pencil impressions lightly, noticing how the pressure was uneven, consistent with someone writing and rewriting, checking the sequence of numbers as if to confirm them. In the park, he observed a bench from the previous day, the leaf with faint impressions now partially hidden beneath accumulated detritus. He retrieved it carefully, running his fingers over the subtle indentations. Each ridge, each pressed impression, seemed to echo a pattern already present in the receipts and scraps he had collected. Someone had left evidence not in obvious ways, but in interactions with surfaces, in the textures of everyday objects. By late afternoon, he returned to the alley behind the cafe. The faint odor of roasted coffee beans mingled with something metallic, sharper today, as if concentrated along certain surfaces. A small scrap of paper lay at the base of the fire escape, partially hidden beneath debris. He picked it up and noted the same careful markings in pencil, faint but deliberate. Numbers, letters, small calculations, intentionally placed, almost like breadcrumbs left for an attentive observer. Back in his apartment, he spread the collected items across the desk once again. The metallic tang hung faintly in the air, mingling with the scent of coffee and old paper. Each piece, scuffed door handles, smudged receipts, pressed leaves, disturbed dust, pencil-marked scraps, began to form a map of small, calculated intrusions. The patterns were subtle, precise, almost imperceptible, but persistent enough to suggest intent. He traced the connections lightly with a pencil. The timing of late-night charges, the placement of scraps, the small abrasions on ordinary surfaces. The presence he felt was methodical, cautious, and deliberate. An invisible hand moving through the neighborhood, testing boundaries, observing, leaving faint traces. None of it was violent, none of it overt, but each mark carried meaning, each smudge a subtle signature of someone probing ordinary life with quiet attention. As evening fell, the apartment became still. The city outside carried the faint hum of distant traffic, occasional footfalls, and the rustle of leaves in the wind. He leaned back in his chair, fingertips lightly touching the pencil impressions, the textured surfaces of paper and cardboard, the roughness of scuffed door handles. Each detail, minor alone, formed a growing network, a rhythm of intrusion threading through everyday spaces. He realized he was piecing together a slow, deliberate presence, someone moving quietly and carefully through ordinary life. The traces, smudges, impressions, disrupted dust, faint pencil markings, were nearly invisible, yet unmistakable when collected and observed. The pattern suggested careful planning, intent, and methodical action. Even as he sipped his coffee, lukewarm now, he understood the investigation was far from complete. Each texture, each faint mark, each subtle disturbance was a breadcrumb in a quiet, unfolding crime. The rhythm of it, deliberate and almost invisible, had begun to emerge, and he had learned to follow it. Step by step, surface by surface, smell by smell, he was tracing a careful, unseen presence through the ordinary, methodical rhythm of everyday life. The next morning, the streets were still wet from an overnight drizzle, and the faint smell of rain on asphalt mingled with the earthy scent of damp leaves along the sidewalks. He walked slowly, deliberately, letting his gaze linger on the surfaces around him, the edges of brick walls, the slightly warped wood of shop doors, the faint smudges along handrails. Every texture seemed charged with potential information, every ordinary object a subtle witness to someone else's careful movements. Near the cafe, he crouched again to examine the door handle. The residue was faint, dry, slightly granular, but uneven. He ran his fingertip along it, noting how the roughness shifted in places, how some areas felt polished as if frequently touched, others slightly scratched, like a fingernail brushing against the surface. It suggested repeated, intentional contact, a quiet rehearsal of a familiar path. He straightened slowly, scanning the threshold and the surrounding pavement for anything else out of place. In the alley behind the convenience store, he noticed a faint line along the ground, a subtle smear in the dust along the concrete edge. Kneeling to inspect it, he realized it had the texture of something dragged lightly, leaving a barely perceptible trail. It was too shallow for a shoe, too precise to be random debris. He ran his fingertip along the groove, noting the slight dampness in the surrounding concrete, the way the dust clung unevenly. A soft wind stirred leaves at the far end of the alley, brushing over the mark as if to erase it. A few blocks later, he paused at a small park gate. A scrap of paper had caught in the hinge, damp along one edge, curling slightly. He retrieved it carefully, feeling the grain of the paper, the faint impressions pressed into its surface. Numbers, letters, and symbols smudged lightly, hinted at calculation, recording, planning. He could almost feel the hand that had pressed them there, deliberate and careful, leaving faint traces without drawing attention. Inside a quiet stationery shop, the familiar aroma of paper and glue was present, but muted by the soft hum of the fluorescent lights. On the counter, near the corner of the register, he noticed another receipt tucked beneath a stack of envelopes. Its edges were softened by moisture, the ink slightly blurred. The handwriting matched the faint pencil impressions he had encountered elsewhere. Neat, precise, deliberate. He traced the grooves with his fingertips, noting the uneven pressure in certain areas, evidence of someone verifying, adjusting, double-checking. In the park, he returned to the bench that had yielded the leaf with the faint impression. He retrieved the leaf again, feeling the delicate indentation pressed into its surface. The pressure was subtle but deliberate, as though someone had set it aside briefly, handling it with care but leaving a faint mark of their presence. Along the edge of the bench, the paint was slightly chipped, more than could be accounted for by normal wear, consistent with someone brushing against the surface repeatedly. Back in his apartment, he spread the collected items across the desk: receipts, scraps of paper, pressed leaves, smudged door handles, faint drag marks, chipped paint. The metallic tang in the air was subtle but persistent, mingling with the sense of old paper and lukewarm coffee. Each element alone seemed minor, trivial even, but together they formed a quiet, deliberate network of traces. He traced connections lightly with a pencil, drawing lines between locations, times, and minor disturbances. Door handles, smudged receipts, pencil-marked scraps, impressions on leaves, subtle drag marks, all pointed to careful, methodical movement through ordinary spaces. Someone had been testing boundaries, observing surfaces, leaving traces just enough to be noticed by a patient observer. Later, he returned to the alley behind the cafe. The faint metallic tang was slightly stronger here, concentrated near the base of the fire escape. A crumpled scrap of paper lay in the corner, partially obscured by leaves. He picked it up, feeling the slight texture of the paper, the impressions pressed into it, faint but deliberate. Numbers, letters, small calculations, arranged carefully, like a quiet record of methodical activity. Walking home, he noticed a slight shift in the texture of the sidewalk near a corner utility box. The dust along the edge had been disturbed, subtly, suggesting something had been lifted or moved lightly. He crouched to examine it, feeling the roughness of concrete under his fingertips, the faint residue along the edge. The mark was minor, almost imperceptible, yet deliberate, a small intrusion, easily missed, quietly recorded in texture and position. In the apartment, he spread everything across the desk once more. The traces, smudges, scratches, pencil impressions, faint drag marks, formed a quiet pattern of intrusion, movement, and intent. None of it was violent or overt, yet each small detail suggested planning, deliberation, and observation. The criminal's presence threaded itself through ordinary life, subtle, deliberate, almost invisible. As night fell, the apartment was silent except for the soft ticking of the clock and the hum of the city beyond the windows. He leaned back in his chair, fingertips brushing the textured surfaces of receipts, scraps, and leaves. Each minor trace, each faint mark, formed a network, a slow rhythm of careful intrusion. The crime was subtle, almost invisible, but undeniable. He understood that the investigation was far from complete. Each texture, each faint smudge, each subtle impression was a breadcrumb in a quiet, unfolding pattern. The intrusions continued, deliberate and hidden, threading through the ordinary world. Step by step, surface by surface, smell by smell, he followed the rhythm of an unseen presence, patient and attentive, tracing a methodical, quiet crime as it moved through familiar streets and objects, leaving traces for the observant to find. Even as he sipped his cold coffee, the metallic tang faint in the air, he realized that the pattern was growing. The intruder's movements were meticulous and deliberate, almost invisible, yet persistent, and he was learning to watch them unfold, piece by piece, in the quiet textures of everyday life. The following morning was quiet, the city softened by a thin haze that muted edges and dulled color. He walked slowly, letting his gaze sweep over the familiar streets with deliberate care. The faint smell of damp asphalt rose from the sidewalks, mixed with the faint sweetness of something baking in a nearby cafe. Every surface felt alive with subtle detail, the rough grain of a wooden door, the uneven surface of a brick wall, the faint smudges along metal railings. At the alley behind the cafe, he crouched to inspect the fire escape once more. The metal had a faint warmth from the morning sun, yet he noticed subtle abrasions along the bottom rung. The edges were slightly polished in spots, the residue of repeated contact. He pressed a fingertip gently against it, feeling the uneven texture, the faint impressions of fingers that had gripped it lightly but deliberately. The marks were minor, almost invisible, yet persistent, like a signature left in quiet observation. Near the convenience store, he noticed a thin line along the edge of a low concrete planter. Dust and small granules had been disturbed, the faint impression of something dragged lightly across it. He knelt to examine it, tracing the line with his fingertip. The mark was subtle, nearly imperceptible, yet deliberate. Someone had moved along the planter before, brushing against it in a controlled, careful motion. He lifted a small leaf that had been caught in the edge and noticed a faint pencil impression on its surface, lightly pressed, almost erased, but still visible. Inside the small stationery shop, the scent of paper and glue lingered faintly in the air. On the counter near the register, a folded receipt peered from beneath a stack of envelopes. The handwriting, faint and precise, matched the careful pencil impressions he had seen on leaves and scraps before. He traced the impressions lightly with a fingertip, noting the uneven pressure, the evidence of someone writing deliberately, checking numbers, adjusting their marks. Later, in the park, he returned to the bench that had yielded impressions on the leaf. He examined the wooden slats again. The paint along one edge was slightly chipped, worn more than ordinary use would suggest. He ran his finger along it, feeling the roughness where the wood had been touched repeatedly. The leaf impression, the scuff marks, the faint drag lines in nearby soil, all seemed connected, forming a quiet map of movement. Back in his apartment, he laid out the growing collection across the desk: receipts, scraps of paper, pressed leaves, smudged door handles, drag marks, and chipped wood. The faint metallic tang he had noticed in the air persisted, mingling with the scent of old paper and coffee. Each piece was minor alone, but together they suggested deliberate, methodical movement. He traced connections lightly with a pencil, drawing lines between locations, times, and minor disturbances. He returned to the alley behind the cafe that evening. The soft hum of the city outside contrasted with the stillness of the space. A small scrap of paper rested in a shadowed corner, partially hidden beneath fallen leaves. He picked it up, noting the faint pencil impressions, the carefully aligned numbers and letters. The marks were deliberate, methodical, another subtle breadcrumb in a quiet, calculated sequence. Walking home, he noticed faint, irregular scuff marks along a sidewalk curb. The dust had shifted slightly, suggesting something small had been moved or dragged across it. He knelt, running a fingertip over the rough concrete. The disruption was almost imperceptible but intentional, another mark in a pattern forming across the city, small, precise, and deliberate. In the apartment, he spread everything across the desk again. Each trace, smudged receipts, pencil-marked scraps, pressed leaves, scuffed handles, disturbed dust, formed a quiet network of intrusion. None were dramatic, none violent. Yet together they suggested intention, observation, and methodical movement. Someone had been moving quietly, deliberately, leaving subtle evidence that required patience and attention to notice. He leaned back in his chair, fingertips brushing lightly over the impressions, the textures of paper and cardboard, the roughness of door handles. Each detail, minor in isolation, formed a growing rhythm of intrusion. The crime was subtle, almost invisible, but unmistakable when collected and observed. Even as the apartment grew dark, the faint hum of the city beyond the windows, the soft ticking of the clock, and the metallic tang in the air underscored the pattern emerging. The intrusions continued, quiet, deliberate, methodical. Step by step, surface by surface, smell by smell, he traced the slow rhythm of an unseen presence moving through familiar spaces, leaving small, persistent traces for the observant to find. The investigation remained incomplete, but the pattern was growing. Every texture, every faint smudge, every subtle impression contributed to a larger map of deliberate movement. The intruder's actions were meticulous and careful, almost invisible, yet persistent. He had begun to understand the rhythm, following the evidence with patience, mapping the quiet, unfolding presence that threaded its way through the ordinary world. The next morning, the streets were hushed beneath a soft drizzle that left the pavement dark and glistening. He walked slowly, letting his eyes roam the familiar blocks with unusual attentiveness. Every corner, every edge, every surface seemed to hold traces of human activity beyond the ordinary. The faint smell of rain on asphalt mingled with the subtle aroma of coffee from a cafe down the street, layering the city with familiar scents. Yet he sensed something more beneath it, a pattern, quiet but deliberate. He paused at the corner near the fire escape behind the cafe. The metal steps were cold and damp, and along the lower rung, he noticed a faint polish in the paint, slightly brighter than the surrounding rust-speckled surface. It was uneven, irregular, consistent with repeated contact. He pressed a fingertip against it, feeling the subtle ridges left by someone's hand, the pressure applied in deliberate increments. The mark was minor, invisible to most, but intentional, a trace of human motion, careful and controlled. A few blocks over, along the side of the convenience store, he crouched to examine the thin line along the edge of a concrete barrier. Dust and small debris had been disturbed, forming a faint, shallow groove. He ran a fingertip over it, noting how the dust clung unevenly to the edges, how the indentation was too precise to be random. A nearby leaf bore faint pencil impressions, almost erased, suggesting it had been used as a makeshift note and left behind unintentionally. The tactile evidence was subtle but accumulative, an index of deliberate movement through ordinary spaces. Inside the stationery shop, the familiar scent of paper and glue enveloped him. On the counter, tucked beneath a pile of envelopes, a folded receipt caught his attention. Its edges were softened by moisture, ink smudged along a few creases. He lifted it gently and traced the faint pencil marks with his fingertip. Numbers and letters aligned neatly, but with uneven pressure, evidence of someone verifying, adjusting, and recording. The small smudges indicated care, repetition, and intention. Later, in the park, he returned to the bench where a leaf had previously yielded faint impressions. He examined the slats of wood, noting the chipped paint along one edge. It was more than normal wear, the result of repeated, careful contact. He picked up another leaf trapped beneath the bench, feeling the delicate indentations pressed into its surface. Each trace suggested observation, interaction, and cautious movement through spaces where few noticed minor changes. Back at the apartment, he spread the items across his desk: smudged receipts, scraps of pencil-marked paper, pressed leaves, scuffed handles, faint drag marks, chipped wood. The metallic tang lingered faintly in the air, mingling with the smell of old paper and coffee. Each element alone seemed trivial, but together they began to form a network, a quiet, deliberate pattern of intrusion, observation, and planning. Later that evening, he returned to the alley behind the cafe. The soft hum of the city contrasted with the stillness of the space. A small scrap of paper lay partially hidden beneath fallen leaves. He retrieved it carefully. The pencil impressions were faint, deliberate, almost calculated. Numbers and letters aligned in subtle sequences, suggesting planning and recording. The marks were unobtrusive yet intentional, evidence of methodical activity threaded through ordinary life. As he walked home, he noticed irregular scuff marks along the curb by a utility box. The dust had shifted, suggesting something small had been dragged or moved lightly. He knelt to examine the marks, feeling the rough concrete beneath his fingertips. The disturbance was subtle but deliberate, a trace of presence in an ordinary space, a minor intrusion easy to overlook but meaningful when placed within the broader pattern. In his apartment, he spread the growing collection across the desk: smudges, pencil-marked scraps, pressed leaves, scuffed handles, disturbed dust. They all coalesced into a quiet rhythm of intrusion. None of it was overtly criminal in isolation, but together the traces suggested intention, methodical observation, and repeated, careful movement. He leaned back, fingertips brushing the textured surfaces of paper, cardboard, and wood. Each mark, subtle as it was, contributed to the growing map of deliberate activity. The crime he observed was slow, quiet, almost invisible, yet undeniable when assembled piece by piece. Outside, the city continued with its muted hum, the occasional car rolling past and leaves rustling in the wind. The apartment was still, the metallic tang lingering faintly. Each texture, scent, and sound became a marker, a reminder of presence and intent threaded through ordinary spaces. He traced connections lightly with a pencil, receipts to leaves, pencil impressions to door handles, scuffed wood to dust trails. The intruder's actions were meticulous, deliberate, patient, moving through familiar streets and surfaces, leaving subtle evidence that required careful attention to perceive. Even as the night deepened, he sensed the rhythm of this hidden movement, the quiet pulse of someone methodically threading through ordinary life. Step by step, surface by surface, smell by smell, the presence revealed itself in faint, persistent traces. He was following the pattern, patiently observing, and mapping each small, deliberate intrusion. The investigation remained incomplete, yet the pattern was clear enough to follow. The intruder moved with precision and intention, subtle, careful, and deliberate. Each minor disturbance, smudges, impressions, marks, shifted dust, was a breadcrumb in a quiet, unfolding crime, and he had begun to trace it, piece by meticulous piece. The morning was damp and quiet, the sky low and gray, the kind of day that seemed to soften edges and absorb sound. He walked slowly along familiar streets, his eyes drifting over the textures of the city, the rough grain of brick, the uneven surfaces of worn concrete, the faint smudges on metal doors. Every surface seemed to hold the residue of presence, minute traces almost invisible unless observed closely. At the alley behind the cafe, he crouched beside the fire escape once more. The metal steps were slick with morning dew. Along the lower rung, the worn paint revealed faint abrasions, subtle patterns where hands had gripped repeatedly. Pressing a fingertip against the uneven surface, he could feel the gentle ridges left behind, the varying pressure suggesting careful, measured contact. The evidence was minor, almost invisible, yet intentional, a quiet signature left by deliberate motion. A few blocks away, at the edge of the convenience store parking lot, he noticed a faint, shallow line along a low concrete barrier. Dust and small granules had been disturbed, forming an irregular groove that suggested something had been dragged across it. He knelt to inspect it, running a fingertip along the subtle trough. The disturbance was deliberate, precise, and too calculated to be accidental. A nearby leaf bore faint pencil impressions, smudged and nearly erased, as though it had been used as a temporary note or marker and discarded unintentionally. Inside the stationery shop, he lingered near the counter. A folded receipt peeked out from under a stack of envelopes, damp along the edges, ink slightly blurred. He picked it up carefully, feeling the fine grooves of the pencil markings pressed into the paper. Numbers, letters, small symbols aligned with care. The pressure was uneven, evidence of someone verifying and adjusting their notes, recording something carefully. Smudges suggested repeated handling, quiet attention, and deliberate care. Later, in the park, he returned to the bench that had previously yielded an impression on a leaf. The chipped paint along the slats was slightly more pronounced than expected, consistent with repeated, careful contact. He picked up another leaf caught beneath the bench and traced the subtle indentations pressed into its surface. Each trace, from scuff marks to pencil impressions to disturbed leaves, suggested deliberate observation and careful movement through ordinary spaces. Back in the apartment, he spread out the growing collection of items across the desk: smudged receipts, pencil-marked scraps, pressed leaves, scuffed handles, faint drag marks, chipped wood. The faint metallic tang lingered in the air, mingling with the scent of old paper and coffee. Each individual trace seemed trivial, yet together they formed a quiet network of deliberate presence and methodical activity. That evening, he returned to the alley behind the cafe. The city hummed softly beyond the walls, distant traffic and occasional footfalls punctuating the stillness. A small scrap of paper rested partially hidden beneath damp leaves. He retrieved it and examined it carefully. The pencil impressions were faint, deliberate, nearly imperceptible. Numbers, letters, and small calculations aligned with careful precision, a quiet record of methodical action. As he walked home, he noticed faint scuff marks along the curb by a utility box. The dust had shifted subtly, suggesting something small had been moved or dragged across it. He knelt to examine the marks, fingertips brushing the rough concrete. The disturbance was minor, almost invisible, yet deliberate, a trace of presence threading quietly through ordinary space. In the apartment, he spread everything across the desk once more. Smudges, pencil-marked scraps, pressed leaves, scuffed handles, disturbed dust. They formed a quiet rhythm of intrusion and observation. None of it was overtly criminal in isolation, yet together the traces suggested intention, planning, and repeated, careful movement. He leaned back in his chair, fingertips brushing the textured surfaces of paper and wood. Each mark contributed to the growing map of activity. The crime was slow, subtle, almost invisible, but undeniable when assembled piece by piece. Outside, the city was muted, leaves rustling softly in the wind, the hum of distant traffic almost imperceptible. Each sound, each faint trace, became a marker, a reminder of deliberate, methodical presence threading through ordinary spaces. He traced connections with a pencil, smudged receipts to leaves, pencil impressions to scuffed handles, subtle drag marks to chipped paint. The intruder's actions were meticulous, deliberate, and patient, moving through familiar streets and surfaces while leaving small, persistent evidence. Even as night deepened, he could feel the rhythm of the hidden movement. Step by step, surface by surface, smell by smell, the presence revealed itself in faint, persistent traces. He followed the pattern patiently, mapping each minor intrusion as it threaded quietly through the ordinary world. The investigation remained far from complete, yet the pattern was forming, a careful, deliberate rhythm of movement, subtle and almost invisible, threading through familiar streets and spaces. Each minor disturbance, smudge, impression, mark, shifted dust, was a breadcrumb in a quiet, unfolding crime, and he had begun to trace it, piece by meticulous piece, with patience and deliberate observation. The next morning, the city felt quieter than usual, the low hum of traffic softened by a thin mist that clung to the streets and muted the colors of brick and concrete. He walked deliberately, letting his eyes drift over the surfaces he had come to examine with patient attention. The scuff marks, faint drag lines, chipped wood, and pencil impressions he had collected over the past days formed a mental map of movement, and today he thought to trace it in sequence, to see if the scattered fragments revealed a coherent pattern. At the alley behind the cafe, he crouched beside the fire escape once more, fingertips brushing the worn metal. He traced the ridges along the lower rung, noticing that the abrasions corresponded in spacing and depth to the small drag marks he had found in the parking lot near the convenience store. The alignment suggested not randomness, but a deliberate path, repeated at different times. Someone had walked this route before, perhaps several times, leaving subtle traces that could only be interpreted through careful observation. He returned to the leaf impressions from the park bench, turning them over in his hands. The indentations were faint, yet the pressure and spacing of the marks mirrored the sequence he had reconstructed from the receipts and pencil-marked scraps. He realized these were not merely accidental traces. They were a record of someone's repeated activity, careful, precise, almost ritualistic. Each mark was a quiet signature, each smudge or groove an echo of presence. At the stationery shop, he examined the receipts once more. One of them, folded and partially damp, carried a small detail he had missed, a timestamp from a week earlier, slightly offset from the store's register hours. It was subtle, easy to dismiss, but combined with the sequence of numbers on the pencil-marked scraps, it suggested that the person had been calculating, monitoring, and recording expenditures systematically. The smudges in the corner of the receipt aligned with the faint abrasions on door handles he had previously noted. He began to see a picture emerging. This was not random mischief, but methodical, calculated intrusion. He returned to the park later that afternoon, crouching to inspect the soil along the edge of the bench. The drag marks were consistent with a small, portable object having been moved deliberately, perhaps to test accessibility or practice handling without leaving obvious evidence. The impressions on the leaves matched the spacing of his fingertip tracing along the fire escape. Each trace, isolated, seemed trivial, but together they formed the outline of repeated, careful interaction with the environment. At home, he laid all of the evidence across his desk once more. Pencil-marked scraps, smudged receipts, pressed leaves, chipped wood, faint drag lines, scuff marks, and impressions. He considered the timing of the bank notifications. Each minor expenditure corresponded to areas he had traced physically. A cafe purchase near the first alley, a stationery receipt near the park, and small, almost negligible transactions aligned with times he had observed subtle movements in the neighborhood. The connections were quiet, logical, and cumulative. He thought about motive. The pattern suggested a person who was deliberate but cautious, someone interested not in violence, but in acquisition and control. The careful recording of numbers, small smudges, and repeated inspections suggested a habitual practice, almost an obsession with accounting for each minor act. There was no overt confrontation, no public drama, only the quiet, systematic collection of small gains, paired with meticulous observation of the surroundings. Then he noticed a detail he had overlooked. The handwriting on several of the receipts and pencil-marked scraps bore an unusual similarity to the labels used by a local courier service. Tiny initials, almost imperceptible, matched markings on envelopes he had once received at the office. It was subtle, but in combination with the map traces through alleys, parks, and small shops, it pointed to someone familiar with these routines and spaces, someone who had both access and a quiet familiarity with the neighborhood. He considered who in his surroundings moved with such subtle, careful attention. Someone who visited the same spaces repeatedly, observed surfaces minutely, recorded details methodically, and spent time tracing movements without drawing notice. He reflected on the timing of purchases, the precision of the pencil markings, the careful handling of objects, and the faint traces left in ordinary spaces. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the picture became clear. The criminal was someone he knew indirectly, someone whose presence had been unremarkable at first glance, quiet, methodical, familiar with the streets and with small, precise financial transactions. The small charges, the careful pencil markings, the subtle physical traces, they all align to reveal both the person and the purpose. A slow, deliberate pattern of minor thefts, designed to avoid detection, measured and repeated in ways that left minimal evidence except to the observant eye. He sat back, fingertips brushing over the collected evidence, and traced the final connections in his mind. Each minor smudge, impression, and scuff now had a meaning, each subtle purchase an indication of intent. The presence threading through the ordinary spaces of the neighborhood, previously enigmatic, now revealed itself through logical, patient deduction. The motive was simple, almost banal, controlled, small-scale acquisition, the satisfaction of precise calculation and quiet manipulation. No violence, no dramatic confrontations, only a careful, deliberate intrusion into the fabric of ordinary life. The evidence had been there all along, in smudges, pencil impressions, drag marks, receipts, and leaves. He leaned back in his chair, the metallic tang faint in the air, the soft hum of the city beyond the window, and realized that the network of traces, the subtle rhythm of intrusion, observation, and deliberate handling, had revealed both the criminal and the method. The pattern was complete in its quiet, logical way. The mystery had dissolved into careful observation and reasoned deduction, leaving him with a clear understanding of the crime, the criminal, and the motive, all reconstructed from the subtle marks they had left behind. Outside, the city moved on in muted steps, traffic and distant voices blending with the wind. Inside, he traced the impressions with his fingertips one last time, feeling the quiet satisfaction of having understood the pattern, the human intent, the deliberate and unremarkable thread of criminal behavior weaving through the ordinary. The crime had been subtle, the evidence minor, the resolution calm, but now the map was complete, and the story of careful intrusion had revealed itself in full.